know how you say sometimes they be fucking with you, like the entities be fucking with you,
Yeah.
and you
What
know they're
exactly?
fucking with you. They're fucking with me today. Oh my god, it was. I can't describe. It's so hard to describe what I was seeing, but like they were looking right at me. They were looking right at me, and like they were walking, but they were dancing, and they were like making these faces at me like, you
Yeah.
motherfucking idiot, you know what we are. Like they just kept making these faces, right? And then suddenly like, and the colors were like, it was like Barbie pink colors. Like the whole theme was like Malibu Barbie. Like I can't describe what they were doing. It was like they were walking, but they were dancing and they were carrying each other. It was so weird.
Damn.
And I knew exactly what they were doing. I was looking at them and they were looking at me and they were just, the
What?
shit was crazy. They would be making these faces at me. And then suddenly it would be like they were they were trying, like it was like they were trying to kill each other. And then they would go back to like being these like normal everyday things. Like, did you catch that? It was so
What?
strange. It was just, and I knew what they were doing, and I was laughing. But like, and as I was watching this happen right before my eyes, and I was laughing at it, it was turning into this like gruesome scene of like something out of like Silence of the Lambs, where like they were
Yeah.
like kidnapping somebody and trying to like snatch him into the back of a fucking van, like a rape van. It was crazy. And I'm watching this unfold and it's like getting more and more like macabre right before my eyes. And I'm
What the
like,
hell?
holy shit. And it was dark in my room, so I tried to open my eyes to like to like make it go away, but it was dark in my room, so I kept seeing it with my eyes open.
What?
It was crazy. And then I was like trying to turn my light on. I was trying to tell Google to turn my light on.
No, you were supposed to stay there and see what
No, because
happened.
it was so. It was too much. It was overloading my senses. I was just like, because I knew that they were doing it to see if I would stay. It was just too much. It was crazy because like
What
all of
did they
this was
look
happening
like?
like they looked like Barbie dolls. It was like
Oh my
they looked like
goodness.
Barbie dolls too. It was crazy. And they were like, it was one of them was sitting in a chair, being like pushed around in a chair, but at the same time, they were all walking and they were dancing, but they were pushing each other. It was so, uh, you know how like I keep saying, how like I keep assuming that everybody sees the same thing that I see, but it's like these things are like coming out of nowhere and going into nowhere, so it's hard to explain. Like they just like
What?
doesn't make sense. But they were like Barbie dolls pushing each other and walking and dancing all at the same time, and then they would like suddenly be like strangling each other, and then like there'd be like an
Oh, like
instant where they were like strangling each other, and then they'd be like walking and dancing and looking at me like, what, what, and then
it make me think about like God and us. Like how we be
like,
trying to what's up with the God,
I knew what
Bruce
they
Lee.
were doing. I kept laughing because I was like, this is what they talk about when they're like fucking with. This is what people talk about when they're doing. And they know they're,
And they know they messing with you.
and it just kept getting like more outrageous, and it's just like okay, like, okay, I don't want to see this anymore. I don't want to watch this
Took
anymore.
that slave trade up.
Shit was crazy. I never like.
But
And then I was like,
them the times though. I'll be thinking, Angie,
oh,
that you need to really let go and go into what's going on. Just watch watch it
I
until it stops.
know.
Let it go all the way.
It was so like, it was so, it was so vile. It was just, it was getting so vile and violent, and I just couldn't look anymore.
Oh wow.
It was weird. And it went from being like where they were like just doing it, and then looking at me like, it went from being like an instant to being like a whole graphic scene that just never stopped. I was like, whoa.
They looking to see if you paying attention though. Hey,
Yeah.
oh wait, how long she watching? She watching. Let's act like let's do
Oh, this
this.
shit got out of hand. And I was like laughing, and then suddenly it wasn't funny anymore. But that made it even funnier. And it was just like, and it was so like, what kills me is how vivid,
So meditation.
like the
So
colors are so bright, and the lines, like, it's so lucid. Like, lucid is not the word, but I want to just, yeah, God, it's just,
so how many did you?
I love
How many?
talking about it when I'm in there.
How many did you take? No, I just went live, so you can talk about it as much. We just want to listen.
I don't want to hog the whole live
No, it
though,
don't
but
matter. This is what we come. This is why we here. Okay, come on now. This
thank
is
you for
why we're here.
thank you for telling me you just went live, because I be talking whatever. I took 5 grams.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just took 5, but
That's a nice dose.
it was, oh God, I don't even. I took it. I measured it out yesterday. Wait, it is, yes. It's tomorrow already. I measured it out Friday. I was gonna take it Friday night, and then like I was. I don't know what I was doing. I was watching somebody's live stream Friday, and then I just fell asleep at like 6 o'clock. And then it was like 6 o'clock this morning, 6 o'clock Saturday morning, and I was like, "Oops, I didn't take, I didn't take my mushrooms on Friday night." So I just took them last night. I don't even remember what I measured out. I think it was Ghost Apes.
Yeah. But 5,
Yeah,
that's a nice dose. That's
yeah.
a nice
It's
dose.
it's been um it's been a wild ride these last 3 hours. I've um I've had a lot of like, I can't remember a lot of it yet, but I know that there's been like a lot of like moral issues that have been raised or
Yeah.
surrounding like, what is a child to do. I can't remember what they are. I just know that it was like, fuck, I wanted to be paint. I did not want to have to deal with like the weight of the world.
Wow. Yeah.
Because like last time I dove in, I got to experience being like liquid paint in a can being stirred around. That was amazing. So I thought, like, maybe I'll dive in and I'll get to experience something. Nope. This time it was like, I don't remember what it was. I just remember being frustrated about having to deal with moral dilemmas surrounding children and choices children have to make.
Yeah.
So there's that, and I remember um, a couple of times feeling like the only safe place in the world for me is me. Like, I kept saying that. I've said that a few times. Like, I've felt that a few times today, or in this journey so far, that the only safe place in the world for me is me. There's nowhere safe in the world for me. So that's so far. That's and them entities when I was coming up looking at me like that. That shit was wild. They were so it was pink and the colors were so vivid and
Yeah.
like I could clearly see them looking at me and making faces at me and like I knew that they were fucking with me. They're
Like,
fucking with me.
well, was it like? Could you kind of like? Were they saying anything?
Nope. They never said a word. It was just because I didn't I didn't have any music playing, but I heard music.
Yeah.
And so like obviously like I think I heard music. I'm not sure if I heard music. I think I heard music because they were dancing. So I may be just assuming I heard music, but
Do
they
you
were
ever?
dancing. They were walking and dancing at the same time. Like it's so hard to explain the way they were like do 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 do. Like they were just like moving their bodies, and then like everything was in a big circle, right? Everything was contained in a circle. So everything was in I was seeing things in circles, if that makes sense. So like in the center of my vision, everything was
Yeah.
in the center of my vision was one big circle, but then it was like everything was a circle. So like little universes of circles. I don't so hard to explain it. And the circles were moving, like the circles were circulating.
Yeah.
And so like
But
that also added to like the way that these entities were moving. It's just so funny, and the way they were looking at me, True, if you could just, it was fucking hilarious. It
was they
was
making
just,
faces or anything?
yes, they were making faces at me. It was so funny, like because they like had, they looked like these Barbie dolls, and they had these like dead expressions on their faces, and then like they had the dead Barbie doll eyes, like the dead doll eyes, and then like but their mouth would like make these little smirks after they would like they'd be doing their little dance walk whatever move thing that they did, and then there would be the instant where they were like strangling each other or they'd be stabbing each other or trying to
Oh.
snatch each other into the van or whatever, and then they go right back to being just, I mean, it would be like a split second, and then their eyes would stay dead, but their mouth would be smirking at me. That's how I knew they were fucking with me. Because it was the way their mouth was like smirking at me, like so it was like these dead doll eyes, but these little smirks. It was
That seemed
crazy.
like humans.
It was wild. I was like, and I'm just like laying here in my bed. You know how I do, True. I just, late. Sometimes the lights are on. My blue lamp light is on. My blue lamp light is on. I was just laying in the dark. And
Going. So was that like the
literally,
since no, you just was saying wait. So when was the time you seen Kylie?
that was way, 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 way. That was months ago. That was maybe like, let's see. I started looking into psychedelics back in January, so that was maybe. Oh God, I don't even know. Like when did I come in here?
I don't know. It was a minute ago.
Yes. Yeah, that was maybe my second or third trip that I saw her. I mean, I remember it. I was in here. It was an afternoon, and like it was just one of those experiences where like I was in here and I had my little thing over my eyes, and I wasn't really, nothing was really going on. We were just all talking, and then suddenly, like in the corner of my eye, I just saw her. She just came out of nowhere, just like birthing herself out of her neck and her pussy. Like, and the colors, and I was like, oh boy, here we go. I was so excited. I was like, oh my God. I, and I was so excited. I just felt so grateful that I saw her because like the colors were like red, they were bright red, yellow, blue, like the rainbow colors, and she just kept coming out of herself. She just kept coming out of her
Yeah.
neck, coming out,
Yes. Yes.
and I was
Yes.
like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And she was there and then she was gone. It was like fireworks in front of my eyes. And then she was gone.
Yeah, but you said she was birthing herself out of her neck like over and over and over
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't understand how she could come out of herself like that. Like just and it just kept coming over and over and over again. It was amazing. It was
I'm
amazing
telling
to
you, that
see.
shit is crazy. Cause like I've seen the temples do that. I seen the Egyptian gold head that they got in Egypt. That mask, that
Mm,
gold mask. I seen that thing, but it was black, and it was like the snake coming out the forehead. But it kept transforming. Like it'll transform into like different like entities like Buddha, Jesus, Gandhi, and it just kept going over and over again. Like it kept on like changing itself, but it was the same thing. It was like
mm.
trippy. So I understand that, and it just keep going. It'd be like nonstop, just birthing itself over and over again.
So it was a sight. It was a sight. It was an experience. Just it's it's ineffable is the word. I love that word. I just love that word. If I use it one more time and it's mine, but I just love that word. Use that one more time in a sentence and it's mine. Um, but it really is because sometimes uh, these mushrooms are taking you places that just don't have. They're just an experience. Like they just are an experience.
They 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 are. They are. But I like how you be saying that. Like when you say when you get to certain parts of the journey and you go, oh, this is what they was talking about.
Yep. Yep.
Like you can see it clearly. It's like, oh shit, this is it right here. It's like, oh shit, I cleared the level. I don't know, but this is trippy.
I can't explain. I can't. There's nothing other than like, oh, this is what they were talking about. Like, I can't. I can't. Like, and when it happens, it literally is like, oh, this is what they're talking about. Like,
Yeah,
I sometimes I say it out loud, and sometimes like today when it happened, I was like, it just was happening, and I didn't even have to say. I didn't even express it. It was like a light bulb went off because I was so like I
oh
was
shit.
enjoying it. It it got it got it got gory, and that's what I didn't like. I didn't like to. I didn't want to see the gore, and that's why I wanted to like get away from the experience. It wasn't that I was afraid to dig deeper. I just didn't like I didn't like the way it looked. It was too messy for me. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, like
if that makes sense.
yeah, like life.
Yeah, like I just didn't want to. It was
Like
like
life. When you get too messy, you be like, I don't want to see that. So trying to show me a picture of somebody getting ran over. No, I don't want to see that.
yeah,
Uh-uh.
it was like what because it was gross. Like the at the same time that they were like doing things to each other, like strangling each other or whatever, they would turn into like they would go from being the Barbie dolls to being like
What's up, Charles?
corpses and skin sagging off each other,
Yeah.
skeletal remain. It was. Uh, it- is that what an archetype is or whatever? Like it would go from being the cute, beautiful, perfect Barbie doll to being like to doing these
Evil.
horrible things and looking like the rotten side of it. So I didn't want to look at like
Yeah,
I just didn't want to see that.
like your ex boyfriend. I'm just like, way back in the days, the first one.
Oh,
like
the first one had finger waves. He was. I'm not gonna lie, he did.
you know, he thought he was. If you had finger waves, you know, you was the ish. It's like
Oh, he
period.
worked in he worked in church's chicken and he had finger waves.
God damn. And then he gonna work at one of the best chicken places with finger waves.
Oh God, his mother loved me too. She used to be
Oh
like, "You need to
yes, I
go back to the
loved her too.
suburbs and get that. You need to go get that little girl back to the suburbs." Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
So,
That's like,
like in any of your journeys, have you ever got connected with the oneness yet?
well, yeah, I had the experience of being looped into the fabric of the world or the universe.
Yeah. Oh,
That
okay,
was
yeah.
a that was that was the first time I ate my mushrooms. That was the first time I actually ate them.
Now you like that's all
I
I like
feel
to do
like
is just
that.
eat them.
Well, I mean, I think I ate them with pizza that day. I went to Costco. My daughter and I went to Costco and got a pizza. I had them on some Costco pizza.
Yeah, you have. So dang, when did the visual stop on this one?
Um, shortly after that, shortly after that, like my visuals are really always just coming up, and then I just have the beautiful color, like the sparkly lit visual litter. Like I generally don't have a lot of,
That's
unless
because
I like get off of here now and like dive really deep back in, like you know what I mean. Like
yeah,
I could probably dive back in right now because I'm only a few hours in. I got hours to go. I got
yeah, you
miles
got
to
a
go
while to
before I
go.
sleep.
I told you that
So
last time I went to sleep. I said shit. I every time I woke up, everything was visual. So I just looked at it.
yep,
It's like I'm going back to sleep on you. But but all in all, that's crazy.
it's crazy.
I'm like, it probably the visual slowed down after you turned away from the killer Barbies.
Yeah, they slowed down after I turned away from the killer Barbies, and that's when that's when I really started to like dive deep, and my mind started to talk to me. That's
What
when
you
I
mean?
started to. I always have a. I legitimately I came in here today. I came in here when I came in here because I was um I felt like I don't know how to explain it. But you know how like you could just get so you get and I just felt like I was not sinking in a bad way, but I just kept I just oh, everything was sad. Everything was sad. It was I just was losing myself, and I don't know. Like it just didn't. I didn't want to be in that place. I just had to pull myself.
Yeah,
I don't know why. It's interesting now that I think about it. Like why I wanted to pull myself. Like I was tired of the sounds. I didn't want to hear the sound of my voice. And here I am running my fucking mouth.
Well, how you just said you feel like, how you feel like that. You can also sing yourself out of that state. by enunciating, by singing, by dancing, by you can also, there's many ways out of it. There's not just one way, but that's a good way to entrain your mind and your heart, your mind and your body that can feel kind of separated from what you're experiencing at that point.
You danced your way out of you danced that one time. It was like in the beginning, right?
I did that first time when the first time when I that was the first time I took 10 grams,
Yeah.
and that was the first time I saw visuals with my eyes open. I was so disappointed you weren't able to serve that day. I was so disappointed. I was like, I didn't hear this one though.
That's
So
wild.
that was a fun trip.
Hey,
I swear, I'm not. I really enjoyed this. Like, I don't know.
no, I know what you're
This
saying.
mushrooms are just amazing.
And I
It's
think
such good medicine.
I do too, though. I do too. I really enjoy this, like being like the Discord, and that shit is crazy. It's a beautiful thing. That's all I can say. I don't need to get into everything else, but this is a dope experience you're having, though, and it's not finished. You probably can close your eyes and get visuals right now if you was listening to some music or
Oh,
something.
I talk with my eyes closed when I'm tripping. Like, my eyes haven't been open for hours.
Oh
Well, I
yeah,
shouldn't say hours. My eyes haven't been open for, oh, since I came back. I went to the bathroom and did some stretching.
yeah, and
Try
then
to be
like
a little bit mindful about where my tension is being held at because I felt really tense.
yeah, to loosen
And then
all
I
that up.
got back in the bed.
That's what I like to do. I like to just, lay there, eyes closed.
Hmm.
Take me where you gonna take me. I don't, it don't matter what it is. I would have loved to see all that Barbie stuff. That shit would have been tripping me out.
This shit was wild. It was hilarious. It just, the way
Cause it,
they were looking at me, I just wish I could. It was like watching TV. It was so crystal clear.
yeah,
And it just, I can't, and everything was like in a circle. Like it was all just boop, in this one little circle. And the circle was, I, the circle was moving around in a circle, and it was amazing. Like you
yeah.
can't. It's a,
You going in and out. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know why I'm going. I haven't moved anything. Like that's really how I'm talking. That's the way I'm talking. That's going in and out because I'm having a
Oh,
short
okay.
circuit right
All
now.
right. Okay, yeah, my bad, my bad. Cause I keep
It's the
forgetting.
wave.
Yeah, it's a wave. I keep forgetting you shrooming.
I
My bad.
started thinking about how the circle was moving in a circle, like not in a circle around, but like, fuck, I'm short circuited again. I can't even. I'm too high for this. It's amazing. Like the fact that like somebody signed into law for us to not have access to this is, and
It's too much. See? See what I'm
like you
saying?
literally have to you have to experience this because there's no words for it.
See, I don't want to. See, okay. I'm see if I go take
It's
mine
not
right
for
now.
everybody. Mushrooms are not for everybody. Like psychedelics are not for everybody. You have to definitely be responsible with your use, and there are absolute hard contraindications for some people. Absolute hard. Do not ever take these. But there are some things that like the only way to experience them is to experience them, and then like each experience is different and they're all uniquely yours, but they're also like I'm experiencing it right now. Like, even though each experience is uniquely yours, it's uniquely the universe's. So in that sense, like, yes, I'm experiencing the oneness because my mushroom journeys are uniquely individual, like a fingerprint. Every one of them is different, but they don't belong to me. Like, they're mine, but they don't belong to me. They belong to the universe. They belong, like, I don't own them. Like, just like I don't own my children. Like, they don't belong to me. I just care for them. I'm the steward. Like, so I feel that, like, I feel like I have my eyes closed right now, and I
Wow.
just like suddenly have this imagery of like of roots in a tree, like the oneness. I feel that's how I feel the oneness. I don't know if that makes any sense or if I'm just high, but
Both. Both. It makes sense to me.
my whole face is buzzing right now.
By you truly being you, we get to be truly us.
I can only be me.
Huh.
It can't be any other way.
Is that air you're breathing? Now I'm gonna have to. Now I'm gonna have to stay up with you for like 3 more hours, BGL. So
I am nobody. I am nobody. I'm just somebody who takes mushrooms. That's all.
right. And I'm about to try to catch up to you. Oh, because I already said earlier. I said I could do it. I
Did
get
you
some
eat them
rest
yet? You
sometime
should
tomorrow.
have been eating them while I was talking.
While you was talking, I just went and got them. I wasn't ready
All
yet.
right, man. All right.
I just barely went and
What time is it by you?
it's already 11. It's about to be. It's 12 o'clock basically. I'm about to say 11:59. It's 12 o'clock.
I was really like I felt a certain sense of like my lazy ass was like, fuck, I'm taking these mushrooms at 10 o'clock. I could be asleep. I'm gonna be up all night tripping.
Yeah, yeah. I went. I'm
Now I
telling
don't
you.
regret taking them at 10 o'clock.
Last time I went to sleep on their ass, I wasn't trying to hear that shit. Visually and everything. Dreams going crazy and everything. I'm still no. I'm done. It's like y'all waited too long to kick in. Y'all waited too
I
long.
mean,
Y'all
I've been up
bad.
to, gosh, I'm about to be up 24 hours here in a minute, but I don't do nothing all day long but lay in
Yeah,
my
what's up,
bed, so
Dwayne?
I'm okay.
Dwayne said you making perfect sense. He said when I trip, I vibrate too. It's like my frequency is so high. Electronics like my phone stopped working. It's just buffers. Yeah.
Yo, when I first came in here and I was muted, I couldn't, like, the vo the volume was down on my phone. I was a mess. I couldn't figure out how to get the volume turned up.
Oh wow.
And then Discord was, for whatever reason, Discord was like horizontal on my phone, and I was going ape shit. I was losing my mind. I was almost in tears because I could not figure out why why was Discord horizontal on my phone? Everything else was opening up vertical in my phone, but every time I opened up Discord, it opened up horizontal and my heart was breaking.
Wow.
I just could not figure it out.
I'm surprised you
I
can
was
even
like,
work your
what is
phone.
going on? I could barely figure it out. Like I couldn't figure out how to leave because it was in horizontal. 'Cause I couldn't figure out how to get back into the chat so I could leave the chat to try to fix something. Like I was a mess. I was a mess. And then I found somebody else, some other Discord notification was in my note because I probably got 100 notifications on my phone from various things. Found some other Discord notification and that slapped it back into portrait mode. And everything was right with the world again.
Oh my god.
But I just felt that like I couldn't understand what was like maybe my I was just out of it. Like I always gotta, you know me, I always gotta cover the server when I'm
Uh,
tripping.
I know, right? Cryo be your trip sitter, huh?
I can't, I haven't, Cryo hasn't been on one of my trips in a long time. It's kind of sad.
Oh wow. I know he was like your trip sitter. He had always
He
the
was
right
there for
things. It's
all
like he
in the
knew.
beginning.
Said I haven't figured it out yet, but I'm almost
But that's
convinced.
okay, because he's doing his thing. Like, I'm happy he's doing his thing, and I've come a long way with I've come a long way with these mushrooms.
Well, yeah. No, you have. Actually, you came a short way in a little time. Hey,
Somebody
so
better go start up One Piece.
man, I
It's
think
gonna be a while.
yeah, it's gonna be a minute. You messed up when you was playing that
trying
Roblox.
I'm trying to low key do my breath work, but not let it take me away.
Oh yeah. Wait, Dwayne said something. Dwayne said I haven't figured out yet, but I'm almost convinced our spirits are electrical, and when we raise our frequency through psychedelics, we interfere with how they work. Just my observation. At this point, while you already in there, BGL, what do you think about that? About us just being electricity?
I 100% believe that we're electricity.
Why?
In fact, that made me remember something that happened during this trip today. I was where is Khan in here? Fucking Khan
No.
Milan. Fucking Khan. I told him last time that if my trips are like um a bus ride, Khan is always a stop. Always.
Oh yeah.
Fucking Khan, man. God bless him. So he had suggested, he had asked me if I ever saw light, like if I ever saw bright lights. And I do all the time. And he was like, that's a portal. That's a portal.
Straight up.
God bless God. He's like, next time if you can remember it, try to look towards the portal.
What's up, Crystal?
I saw that today, right? So I was laying in the dark. I was I was freezing cold. Dwayne, when you said energy, when you said electricity, this sparked this memory. I can't believe I forgot this. I was freezing cold and I was covered from head to toe. I was freezing cold. And it was pitch black in here, except for there was a, what are those things? A surge protector. I had a surge protector sitting on my bed and it was making emitting. It had those little LED emitters or whatever. You know what I'm talking about, like where you with the power, the little power switches at the end of a.
Okay, yeah. Like the
So there's a
roller switch.
right there. Yeah. So there's like a little lights there. So that's God fucking me in words. Jesus Christ. Okay. Just get myself together.
You good? You good? Take your
I'm
time.
short circuiting.
Yeah, you should. You should take your time. We only got all night. We only
So
got all night.
I mean, if anybody else wants to talk about anything at any time, feel free to just talk. But anyway, so I had my eyes closed and suddenly I saw that. I mean, this light was bright. It felt like somebody was standing above me, like to my right. And I tried to, my eyes were closed, but I was trying to look up anyway because it's a constant to do. You said to look at. Never doing what Khan said. I'm never taking his advice again. I don't care. Because he's right. Like, what the fuck I did this for? I looked, and I was like, I was looking at fucking Khan. God fucking bless Khan. Like, Jesus. I just want to punch him in the fucking face right now. The more I think about it, it didn't occur to me what it's like, whoa, my fucking mind is blown right now. Holy shit. I'm telling y'all, don't listen to Khan. Don't do
You gotta leave Khan alone.
motherfucker will have me trapped in a spider web. I'm telling you. Meanwhile, his ass is fucking sipping ice water and eating young coconuts.
OMG.
Oh God. Fucking God. So I look with my eyes closed, and I'm like, literally, my head is like, oh my God, I'm just ridiculous trying to look. And I open my eyes, and I can still see this bright light behind and above me, sort of. But then in front of me, now I can also see the light coming from the, what is that thing called? Help me, what I just said what it was.
The,
That you plug things into for electricity. Surge protector. Thank you. So now I can see the light coming from the surge. So I see this light in my mind, or whatever, and I see these little dots from the surge protector. And suddenly I'm literally in another place. I'm in a this space, and I'm covered. When I said covered in a spider web, I was literally in a spider web, and there was a spider over me. It was like walking over me, and I was like, "Whoa!" And everything was sparkling, like it was sparkling, like every line of the web was sparkling, and it was colorful sparkle. You know how? And I was like, "Holy shit!" And I could see the lines, and I was like, "Whoa, yo!" Khan was not lying when he said that light was a portal, and I looked at that shit, and I ended up in a motherfucking spider web. Don't listen to Khan when he tells you to do something. Because that's will send you somewhere. Like, just gotta be curious. Just stay be curious. You don't need to dig into that shit. Don't dig into that shit. Don't listen to that motherfucker. Don't do it. That shit- But it was beautiful, but it was scary. It wasn't scary. It wasn't scary. It was just, it was really interesting. And what I thought when I was in there was like, okay, stop saying whoa. Just stop. Because I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like I was saying like over.
Oh no.
So then I'm like, just stop saying that. And then everything kept sparkling. And it was like, for I noticed with myself that orange, green, and purple are a theme for me. They're recurring all the time. I see it in the same color, like the same hue of orange, green, and purple happen for me all the time. And so, and of course, like with the spider web and it, we're hitting the fall and getting closer to Halloween or whatever. It makes perfect sense. It would, but like this is just the way it is for me anyway. So it was just really that was fucking funny. That was my con stop on my journey. Thank you for reminding me of that, Dwayne.
That is funny. The con stop.
Fucking, that's a portal. That's a portal. Yeah, it
Oh,
just
yeah, cause
like you know how con is like do you ever see bright lights? That's a portal. Some junk type junk. That's portal.
Snail Horseplay
God.
said, "I see lots of spiders. I see a lot of spiders, even on small amounts. The detail on them is wicked. They don't re they don't really pay attention to me though." And Dwayne said, "How many grams did she take? Sorry, I'm late. I know I missed it earlier."
I took 5. I took 5 grams. What time is it now? Let's see. Hold on. I'm in the dark. I don't know what time it
It's
is.
12 over here, 12:30, 12:15 over here. So I think I don't know how far you is, but
So I took him at 10 o'clock Central Time.
oh,
So 4 hours ago.
okay, yeah,
Oh, I am in the midst. I am right in the middle
yeah.
of.
This is the best part.
I can't take. I can't take too many deep breaths. It'll take me away.
And just Dwayne said about the
Uh,
electricity. When you disconnect from the source, your vibration is low, weak energy. But when you connect with the source, your vibration is high, strong energy, and you attract things to you. People feel the vibration off you. 5 grams is good. That'll do it. Man, BGL be taking way more than that too. I ain't gonna hold you.
I try to like not take so much because I don't. You don't really need to. Like I'm not trying to. There's a reason for people to take very high doses. I just I take I consider this a therapeutic dose. I take lion's mane and niacin every single day, and then once a week I take a high dose of psilocybin.
Yeah, it's
Don't get mad
therapeutic.
because I get to enjoy my medicine. Like this mushrooms taste like crap, but they come with a spoonful of sugar. It's a secret. It's a surprise.
Exactly, exactly. Where you get that from? That mushrooms taste
Mary
like shit,
Poppins.
but they come with a spoonful of sugar.
Mm.
Tell her just ride it out. She chilling. I don't know, BGL. She like to come and like talk while she diving.
I do. And it just enhances the way I.
I like to just listen most of the time. I'm not gonna lie. I like to listen, but I feel like if I don't ask a question here and there, I feel like I'm not listening. And it's like, nah, just go on, just keep going. I don't want to change up the theme. Just keep going about that right there because it's gonna take you deeper, which is just wow. But you at that hot spot though, like 4 hours
So how much
in,
are you taking tonight?
3. That's it.
That'll be beautiful.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be an all nighter,
You have to tell us all about it.
huh?
You have to tell us all about it.
I'm gonna stay here as long as I can
Here you.
until they kick in. Which I'm kind of feeling them, but I ain't feeling them like that yet. I'm straight.
Man, it, 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 I was telling Sunzu this one time. I have an eating disorder, and so fasting, and I don't fast as a result of that. And so, um, I will, whatever, if I eat during the day, I eat during the day, and then I take my mushrooms and I eat with my mushrooms. And I feel like, like people talk about set and setting and your intentions and everything. And I just feel like mushrooms really will meet you wherever you're at. Like, a lot of people have a lot of ceremony behind psychedelics, and I fully respect that and I understand that, but mushrooms will meet you wherever you're at.
It don't matter.
If you are ready to even if you're not ready, if you want to fuck with the mushrooms, they're gonna fuck with you.
Hey, that's a good way to say it though. Mushrooms will meet you wherever you at. It don't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
You
It just because I tried so hard. Like, I tried so hard to, like, okay, I'm gonna do it the way people say. You don't eat anything and you fast and and that just like triggered me like for other unhealthy things. And that's not what mushrooms want you to do. They don't want you to harm yourself in order to access them. It's so.
Nah, it's funny because we put all these things on life on what you got to do, how you should do it. This the how do you? But you going off only your perspective of it. The thing is there. It don't matter how you do it. It don't
Precisely.
matter how you eat the hamburger, long as you eating it.
Precisely. And if you are, don't fuck with beef, then eat a turkey burger, and the mushrooms are not gonna be mad.
At all. At all. They're not ever gonna get mad. If they do, it's just you. It's the anger of you or something. I don't know.
Endlessly accommodating. The mushrooms are endlessly accommodating. They're gonna fuck with you no matter what. They, you know, now how you choose to integrate, after your experience with them, if you want to just, make it a recreational fun experience and walk away from it with that, great.
Do that.
Mushrooms will be like, all right, bet.
Oh,
If you want to dig a
yeah.
little deeper and,
He said what? He
take
said
some medicine instead of just whatever, you can do that too.
do that too. Exactly. He said mushroom dojo master smacking the user is so essential. With mushrooms, you are the ceremony you need. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. But do you ever go in and you hear all those things that everybody else? Oh, you just said you did. What kind of damn? The portal go through it.
What's that?
Nah, you get to that point to where you start seeing all these crazy things people told you, whether it's about mushrooms or anything, and it just make you kind of laugh. It's like, why did
Oh
I
yeah.
believe that? Why did I believe that? Why did I accept that? Like, why? Like, it sounds stupid.
Remember, remember when I first came in here and I was like, and even now I find myself like, even today, I had a whole expectation of what this trip was going to be like. Like, my expectations are I'm constantly like struggling with my expectations on, you know, life in general and what mushrooms are going to be like, what they're going to do for me, what's this trip going to be like, and I'm going to, I'm going to be this amazing person afterwards. Nope, nope. What did what was, God, was something happened to me the other,
I'm saying, like, after you usually have your, exile make capes. So if you need a cape with your name on
I
sell capes. So you get a cape with your name on it and become the superhero you always dreamed everybody
I
was
don't be
being.
a superhero.
Dun,
Look,
da, da, da.
already, I'm already a black woman. I'm already, I already got capes. I don't need another one. Trust me.
Man,
I mean, piling all my capes on the floor for a soft place to land.
like, I can't change you. Only you can change
Hmm.
you. Only you can do that. It's like, no, but I need you to do it.
The only safe place in the world for me is me.
Yeah, ain't that some shit?
I think that's just like, I don't know. That's a whole bunch of other stuff my brain is working through, I'm sure.
Where's the Barbies at? I want to see them.
Hmm?
I said, where's the Barbies at? I want to see them.
I know. I wish like what's so funny too is like in the midst of it all, it feels not real in the sense like I don't know what like in the it feels like I'm watching television. It's so real. That's what I mean. It
Yeah,
feels like I'm literally watching TV, but at the same time, like I know this like on TV, like this doesn't happen on TV, but It's so real.
It's
It
like a
looks
TV, but
so
it's like you're there.
crystal clear behind my
Yeah,
eyes.
you there. You there. It's not so.
Yeah.
It's like more than a TV because it's like you there, and you just like, what the hell? This shit is 4K happening in my
It's
face.
crazy. Because you're there.
And you go, I don't.
Like whether it's like real people or it's a cartoon, because it was like cartoon images. Like the Barbies were like cartoon. You know what I mean? It was like
Yeah.
um that shit was so
No,
that shit was crazy.
Dwayne said that the
I
mushrooms
can't.
tell her the sacred to life. I'm just interested in her
No.
perspective since the plugged into the universe right now. Since you plugged in right now, that
I don't know the secret to life.
what do you mean?
I have not had any experiences like that.
Okay, so how did you take?
Do you know what
I,
happens to me?
what?
So here's what. Go ahead.
No,
Finish.
I was
Finish.
gonna say
Finish.
yeah. So how'd you take the little Barbie situation? How'd you look at that whole situation? Of what you were seeing. How'd you take that?
I really haven't. Um, how did I take it? At the time, I honestly, everything that I take, everything that I see, um, excuse me, when when I see, I don't really take it. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't really take it as anything. I didn't take it as a lesson because it was so like, huh? Oh.
No, I'm talking. I was talking to Blake. I was telling him I ain't gonna be finished for a minute because he like keep coming back, going, Dad, Daddy.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
bro, we ain't gonna be.
what does
I
he
ain't gonna
is
be
the house
finished for a
on
while.
fire?
Hold
Like,
on.
does he need a hot dog? Like, what's he
Nah,
need?
no. He want me to come and
Okay,
watch
well,
watch
Blake always
anime.
can get what he needs because I'm just running my mouth.
We've been watching anime like every
Um,
night. So, yeah.
mm, okay. Um, I didn't really take it as anything because it was so like gory at the end. Like, I just didn't think it was anything other than like them fucking with me. Like, let's go fuck with her. Let's go see if she recognizes us fucking with her. And I'm like, oh, you're fucking with me. You're fucking with me. The entities. Oh, you're entities. Like,
No, but I'm saying just the fact of them, acting one way, then turning around and like they kind of battling. And then once they see you looking,
yeah, no, I didn't look
man,
into
Blake
it. Like,
still.
I didn't, I didn't look any further past it other than like, oh, are these entities fucking with me? Like, cause I don't even think about like what entities are. Like, I hear people talk about entities often, and I don't really consider what entities are. Like, are they in my in in relation to what I experience? Like, is everything an entity? Like, oftentimes I'll see these little, how do I describe them? I call them like whirligigs or widgets. They're little, they look like little rods. Some of them are little circles and some of them are rods. I see them often. I see them often. They're like visual litter when I'm tripping.
Ex-
Are those entities?
Visual litter. That's a good way to explain it, though. What's up, Rob?
Yeah. Like, one time when I was tripping, true, I saw them. They were everywhere. They were all over, and they were red. green, and purple, right? I think I might have told you about this time. And I sat up on the side of the bed and they were everywhere and the room was dark and all I could see was orange and green, these little things crawling everywhere. And I was like, this is wild. And my cat came in the room. And the only reason I could tell that she was in the room was this dark, shadowy figure moving across the
Whoa.
floor. And I was like, Gladys, is that you? And then I felt her rub up on my leg. That's the only, like, I didn't know if the shadow was real or not. And then it was the orange and the things were so thick in my vision that I had to turn on the light. Yeah, I did tell you this because I turned on the light when I went into the bathroom and then everything was purple. Like the walls were purple, the toilet paper was purple. My eyes were like the tears were coming out of my eyes. It was crazy.
Oh wow.
But are those little things entities? Like what exactly is an entity?
All of them.
Is it
All of them.
exactly like
Because
so
even if I'm
I
saying,
don't know.
yeah, I think all of them. What's up, Rob? I know Rob was about to say something. He unmuted.
Hey Rob.
Hello, hello. Yeah, I've been enjoying listening to this one. I had a late ride back from work. Um, but yeah, I was curious, did you have like the dolls or the Barbies? Did you have like any kids or any dolls like in recent history that may have like started that visual or started that idea, or did it seem like completely random?
Completely random.
Yep.
There I can't think of like sometimes like sometimes oftentimes the rule as opposed to the exception in my trips is whatever is been the overarching theme in like what I consume in my day-to-day life on what I feed my mind is what my mind gives me back in my trips. Nothing. Barbies, nothing. This was like I'm confident in saying this was like an entity visiting me because it was so the colors. I can't explain how like different this was than what I usually see. How clear and distinct. Like, it was so crisp, clear,
Yep.
like it,
Defined.
defined. Everything was just like I could. If a fly shat on one of those entities, I could tell you, I could see the pile of shit from a fly
Yep.
on one of those things. It was so crisp and like so.
Sharp. Yeah. I kn- I know what you mean. It feels like when you're tripping sometimes that everything has a higher resolution. Like
Yes,
whatever we
thank
call
you.
4K, no, this is like
This is
not
like,
4K, not
yeah.
8K, not 60. This is like 1000K.
Mhm. Mhm. Times 20.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was just, it was just, it was just that like, it was just that part. That's why I feel like that definitely was entities because it was just that part. Like it came in and I was like, I watched it all form. It was like, I was like, oh wow, they're sitting on chairs. Oh, and then it looked like something was like, it looked like it started out. It looked like everything was gonna be like from a deck of cards, and then it just they were sitting on chairs, and then something. like there was like this overlay, and it made it look like the number 4 almost, and then one of the entities fell in, one of the Barbies fell in behind and was kind of pushing and walking and doing the wiggle thing, but they were looking at me and I was like, and then suddenly like the whole card theme, the whole card like deck of cards, you know how like a deck of cards has like the specific font, like
Yeah.
that whole deck of cards vibe just disappeared, and it turned into like pinks and Malibu Barbie-ish, like Barbie dolls, and they just look like Barbie dolls, and they had like the dead Barbie eyes, but all of their expression was in their smirks. It was all in the way, like everything was in the dead eyes and then their smirks. Like, do you see it? Like, I can't. It was wild. It was crazy.
Were
I
they
just
all
love.
duplicated? Did they look the same? Or
No, they
did
were
they
different.
have
They
their
were
own
different.
characteristics?
One had brown skin with black hair. One was one had Caucasian skin with blonde hair, and the one that was in the chair was like, I just remember she had black hair, long black hair. But they all had the same face.
Yeah, that is trippy. That to me, that's part of the fun of tripping and mushrooms is that you do not know what you're gonna get.
At all. At all.
Mhm.
I
Like,
literally was like, I just want to be paint again. I just like I've been experiencing like it's so crazy to think that you like mushrooms will like I don't know what it's like to be paint. I don't know what it's like to be an inanimate object, but like somehow or another I turned into like fabric. My 4D self turned into a two-dimensional piece of fabric and got stitched into the fabric of the universe. And I like experienced myself as fabric. I have experienced myself as paint in two different iterations of paint, as paint on a canvas and as paint in a can. Like what? Like how does that even happen? What's happen?
that happens to a lot of experienced trippers, where you have or inexperienced too. You have a experience where you turn into what we know as an inanimate object. And one thing I've noticed that's common just from listening to people who have been on those kind of trips is they didn't know, like, as an inanimate object, that you could be so content.
Oh my god, it's like the most free thing in the world to like to be to just exist as just a to be liquid paint and flow on a canvas like and to be like I I existed as liquid paint flowing on a canvas and like doing what I wanted to do, knowing that the artist wanted me to do something different. Knowing, it was so weird to, I don't know, it's just so hard to explain, but it just
But that
I felt so free to just be liquid paint. Like, there was just nothing else in the world other than just falling over the side of the canvas.
and making a picture.
but that's exactly what it like a lot of times in stuff like this, I sometimes I look for meaning and sometimes I don't. Uh,
Yep.
but where I could see meaning in this is to one thing that I say about tripping a lot is that the experience to me is just like a form of art. It doesn't have to mean something. You can just be an artist in that journey,
That's deep.
whether um whether it seems like you're in control of it or whether it seems like you're not in control of it. Uh it's still the whole thing feels like art to me. And
Hmm.
that's why it's funny that of all things to be inanimate, your paint, which is free to be splattered on a canvas or dripping off a canvas or actually becoming an image of some sort, uh, there's there is a sense of freedom in that paint, but you can paint the picture however you want or however the picture is going to go, whichever way, and be happy with it, be content with it. And I can't help but feel at the end of most of my trips that it just feels so artistic. And that in itself, not like I used to look for meaning behind every trip, used to research things that I would see commonly. And that part's fun too. There was some legitimacy to that. Like when I saw Anubis and had to research who that was, I didn't even know who he was. And then I'm on Google and it's showing me everything it says about him. I'm like, yep, that was right. So that was an instance where researching and trying to get meaning behind it was actually extremely cool. But then you have other trips like Barbies killing each other, where it's like, what's the meaning behind that? And so trips like that, which is the majority of my trips, I feel like I don't try to put any meaning behind it. I just view it as a form of art and and am happy with that. I see the entertainment. It's a trip, it's a journey. So it's not about a solid answer or a
So,
solid end.
so
It's
it doesn't need meaning.
It doesn't. That was only one
That's
part of my trip.
that's beautiful. Thank you, Rob.
yeah, and it's freeing too. It's
I'm
freeing.
still in it,
Absolutely.
you know?
It's freeing. And that part of the fun is like trying to find meaning. That's sometimes what we do in
Hmm.
here. I still do it sometimes. And it's fun to try to find meaning in trips. 'Cause sometimes there might be a subconscious layer in there that you can kind of make sense why something showed up. But when you have a trip that you're like, what the? And you don't have to drive yourself crazy trying to explain it. It's just a work of art. It would be like going
It's
up
just
to a
Barbies killing each other.
yeah, yeah, exactly. It's just Barbies killing each other.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, I think I agree very much with Wild Man. We talked about this one time, and he was saying that mushrooms at a certain dose start to like defrag your brain and reorganize files. And I think sometimes, like, some of the things that we see is just, I don't know, like the the piles of nonsense that are just like being sorted out in the process of defragging or whatever. We can't help but see it because it's in our head, it's in our mind. Like we can't get away from ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And you can only understand it when you try mushrooms. But you really have to be responsible with this stuff.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Because it will kick your ass.
It
Mushrooms is a
will.
full contact sport.
Man, full contact. Hey, no.
It literally is. I'll be right
Stretching.
back. I'll
Okay.
be here, but I'll be right back.
Alright. Stretching beyond everything. Well, what's up with you, Rob?
Oh, nothing. I was just enjoying that her telling her journey, and like you said, sometimes you just want to hear it and let it flow and not inhibit it too much. I love hearing about other people's experiences.
I know. It'd be dope when you be talking to other people about their experiences. That's why I had to mute my mic for a
Hmm.
minute. It's about to get deep now.
and and you know, she's a trooper, especially to hop on the Discord while you're still kind of in there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'll be saying. Because once mine start kicking in, I'll be like, bruh, I gotta go lay down or something. But I have stayed on some occasions. On some occasions, not too many. But some.
Now, where it's when it's like early enough and somebody's in it, especially on trips by myself. When I'm on trips by myself and I go through something, and once I come out of it, I can't wait to hop on and tell somebody.
That'd be
I
the
cannot
first thing.
wait.
'Cause I gotta see, you gotta
It's
save
like
it.
I gotta tell somebody about this, that. Yeah, I gotta save it, but you yearn to communicate with somebody who can understand it,
Yeah.
because a lot of us, there'd be nobody in the immediate vicinity that can even come close to trying to follow you when you start to describe some of these experiences. But that's the dope thing about here is like she said, it's hard to grasp it if you hadn't done it.
Yeah, have you if you haven't seen it
And
yet.
because yeah, but because we've done it, one thing it teaches you is to be open-minded.
Very
Not
you
just the classical
very
sense of
open minded.
open-minded. I mean open-minded. Like you
Yeah.
gotta have that full peripheral, that 360 open mind.
'Cause it'll show you where you seen it at, where they told you about it before you got there. Then you see it, you just be laughing. Like this what they was talking about. Exactly. Exactly. It just make you laugh, man. You know, uh that paint canvas thing is like something that's just like that's I don't know that like I've seen paint too, and the way it wasn't even it couldn't even mix into each other, but it was folding over each other. It was weird how it was doing it, and it's like man. So when you get there and you actually see it, then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this the paint. This the paint. But that paint do different things
Hmm.
though. It don't do always the same thing.
Yeah, and that's what paint does. You can make it in whatever form. It can take any kind of form. It can paint whatever kind of picture.
Yeah, whatever one you decide. Like whatever one you decide.
But some Yeah, there's little hints sometimes that remind you that you're the creator, that you're the one that creates. For example, I brought up I had this memory when y'all brought up when she brought up the spider web earlier, and
You're
somebody
right.
brought up spiders. So I remember tripping hard one day um with my homeboy next door, and it was his first time tripping, and I think he did 3 and I did 5, something like that. And he was like, "Man, does anybody ever have a bad trip?" Because he's curious. This is his first time. And me, unable to filter properly, I said, "Well, sometimes," because this was early in my trip phase too. This was early in my trip career. And I said, "Well, sometimes people might see spiders and stuff like that." And immediately, right there, he saw spiders everywhere.
Yeah.
As soon as I brought it up, but he didn't freak out. He saw them. He saw them everywhere and looked around, and then he just kind of shook his head, like to shake that visual off.
I
And
do that all the time.
Man, I ain't talking to Esco no more.
You're not catching me up in Devo's physical. My
Man,
mom catching
yeah,
me up, Devo's
you
physical.
will
but
become whatever they
to
talking
me,
about.
yeah, to me, what that is proof right there. You're the creator. As soon as you thought about it, boom, there it was.
Yeah. As soon as
So
you got.
they kind of show you that you're able to create, like you're able to have thoughts and create. And that was what I didn't even know it at that point. But as I got more experience with trips, I'm like, oh, I can
Uh-huh.
create here. Not necessarily take control of the whole thing, but oh, I'm able to have thoughts and create. I'm able to stay red and see red. I'm able to think of the sun and see the sun, even though it's midnight. Things like that.
Yeah. That do be
And
amazing.
that's that's a dope part of tripping is when you can get to that creative phase at thoughts that come through.
You call it the creative phase.
Hmm.
Oh yeah,
And
BGL.
yeah, so much of it is a matter of perspective, like what Wally was saying. He's like, man, consciousness, this, that. He's like, from his perspective, and what he was saying was it's just different perspectives. And I felt that too on trips. Like, for example, there's uh there's a leaf falling from a tree. I had this during one trip. So it was fall, started getting cold, leaves started falling, and I remember looking at that leaf falling off that tree, and it just danced back and forth, just glided. It seemed like it took forever, but it was beautiful. And so I remember looking at it just like I was observing it, just as an observer. Then somehow I felt like I became that leaf falling from the tree. And I was gliding back and forth, rocking on my way down. And then at another point, I felt like I made that leaf that was falling from that tree and decided to fall at that point. All in a few seconds, I felt like I took on 3 different perspectives. One, I observed the leaf. 2, I was the leaf. 3, I created the leaf. And it was just a matter of perspective.
Yeah,
All three.
and I made that leaf fall at the exact time as I was passing by right now.
Ye- Yep.
It sounds crazy though. But I feel like sometimes that's what
Yeah.
reality is. I know that's what it is. And I think remember when Reese
Yeah.
was on here a
It's
long time ago, Rob, and he was saying, you know, what's the question? And he was saying it's not how. He said the real question is who. And I'm like, who?
that's the that's the real question if you want that to be the real question.
Yeah. That's why I think I like being into all the systems of belief because everybody is following one other kind of system. Even us, like we're following something. And for somebody to just give it to you and tell you how they feel about it, it's like, damn, bro, it's no different. I think I'm starting
Yeah.
to, yeah, feel it.
And that's one reason why we have this Discord here, so we can talk. What question matters to you?
Yeah, exactly.
And we listen.
Yeah,
We listen to each other.
that is crazy. What question matters to you? Because you can hear everybody else's question.
Yeah, so Reese may say who is the question. Somebody else will say no, it's what. Somebody else may say no, it's a matter of when. And somebody else will say no, it's a matter of how. And then somebody else will say, I don't have any questions.
You know it's crazy. They all sound right though.
Yep, exactly. It's a matter of perspective.
They all
And so if you're
sound right.
open-minded, you can appreciate each one of those perspectives.
Yeah.
And if you're open-minded enough or tripping, you may experience each one of those perspectives.
That's what you want. I think I think that's what you want. And sometimes it'd be hard to stick into one like when you like when you go into one that you don't want to see. Like you don't be wanting to see it, but
Yeah.
you know, you try to run away from it and it's still it's like let that shit happen. Watch it. Look at it.
Yep.
Go, why? What the hell?
And I
Like I
feel like sometimes it rewards you for going through with that discomfort.
yeah.
I
I
agree with that.
yeah.
That's all I had to say.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know what the word is here. I feel like sometimes the mushrooms reward you for being brave.
Hmm. Yeah.
For example, and that could go with anything in life. But the I'm specifically talking about tripping. The toughest trip I had in my life and went through with it. The next morning was the best I ever felt in my life. And If you zoom out, the next time I tripped, which was 2 months later, 3 months later, that was the most beautiful trip I had in my life up until that point. But if you just focused on that night and cut that window out, it would have seemed terrible. It would have seemed horrible, like a bad trip. I don't know. It was all negative. But if you zoom out to just the next day, it was it ended up being to my benefit and helped me get through hard things I was going through in life. And if you zoom out even further than that, it helped me, uh, for whatever reason, experience the opposite polarity of that trip. Well, I went through the darkest dark, and then the next trip was the lightest of the light. And so I felt that for whatever reason, it was uh it was rewarding me for going through that. Or that's just what happens. Maybe not a reward, maybe not anything. That's just the way it goes. Just like you can't have dark without having light, just like you can't have left without having right. You're gonna get, if you trip long enough, you're gonna get both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Cause you just gonna sometimes be in places where it's gonna be like, this place is not even the place anymore. Like this place is not here. It doesn't even
Mm-hmm.
exist. You're not even gonna be thinking about this place because it don't exist.
Yep.
It'd be the way, like Ozo say, it'd be mad disrespectful, B.
Be disrespecting my eyeballs.
Man, disrespecting my eyeballs.
Yeah, that is one of his funniest lines.
and
Disrespecting my eyeballs.
and it's kind of crazy because, like, you know, when you look into it and see how your eyesight or your brain, how all these things shape what you seeing, and like, you know, the eyes only can see so much, and the brain factors in all these other pieces. It's crazy, bro, because the brain can change this shit. The brain can change reality.
Don't you feel bad for your brain? Like your brain never has a day off. From the day you're born, your brain never stops working.
It's not supposed to. It's running shit.
I know it don't. Your brain don't get to take sick days. It don't get a holiday.
No days off.
Mm, mm, mm.
You know what? It ain't even complaining about it. It's just doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this what I do.
That's what I do.
Then when you wake up in that other reality, you're like, wait, hold on. That shit wasn't, like, that shit wasn't real. Like, that wasn't, what was that? Like, I don't know, but this your 15th time doing it.
Do I have to show you again?
Yeah. Like, dang, you did it 15 times. You still don't know what it is. We created that. That's some wild shit, bro. I think I'm about to lose my mind, Rob. Yeah.
It's all right. That was intentional.
I know,
Lose my
right? In order to, like, kind of
lose it
find
for a
it.
little bit.
In order just to find that shit. And go, what the hell? Your focus is not focus. It's something. It's some other shit. It's like, well, all this time that I took to put me together, and then something comes along and tell you you are not you, and it's like, wait, hold on. You know how long it took for me to build the me that I thought I was trying to me? That shit is crazy. The mistakes that I made to try to prove that I was me, shit is crazy. But
For somebody to come along and tell you, no, that's not valid.
that ain't even valid. Go to the
Are you
light.
kidding me? Are you
It's
kidding
a
me?
tunnel. Go to the light, man. It's a tunnel. Fuck that.
Oh my god. Somebody just takes one look at you, just sizes you up in an instant and tells you your whole like existence is wrong.
And then be laughing at you though, like it's funny. This shit ain't funny. That's what get me about like some of the little creatures and entities I be seeing. They be laughing like you really. When you get back, then come and holla at me because you tripping.
That's why I don't know what it. That's why I really need to like. We really need to have like a consortium or like a entity con, a convention. Like we need to have like a round table and like decide what an entity really is. Cause I don't know. Like I don't be seeing. I don't think I see. I don't know. If they're everything, then I see them in every trip. If they're not everything, I don't think I see them in every trip. But I've been seeing them more since I've been eating my mushrooms as opposed to drinking the tea. But I don't know. I think we need to like have a psychonaut consensus or something because
Gotta
it's
just
too much. It's too much. It's too fucking much. It's
The
blowing
map
my
is not
mind.
the territory.
Say again, Shiva.
The map is not the territory.
I know. Oh no, I'm starting to breathe deep again. I don't know what happens when I breathe deep. Can't do that.
You can do it.
I can't. We're live. I can't do that.
you can did it.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I suppose I could do it. See what happens, but
Man, I'm still like, but when I take mushrooms and drink a lot of caffeine, I feel like a fucking tweaker. It be the caffeine. Are you drinking a gang of caffeine off of mushrooms? Like that. It's like drinking probably a few 5 energy drinks. You're gonna be shaking.
how you feeling, True?
I feel good. I feel it. It's starting. Like every time, like certain parts when y'all say certain stuff, it kind of just dragged me into a hole. You know how you just from a conversation, like you know, just something being said, you can live the whole existence of that in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at it in all these different ways, but kind of live it out. It's like whoa. Reality is not the same.
Yeah, if you're gonna define whoa, would it be red, green, blue? Would it be tall? Would it be short? Would it be spiky or prickly? Would it be loud or soft? There's no definition of whoa. Whoa is just like whoa.
Whoa.
If we could just come to a consensus on what an entity is, so I know what the fuck I'm seeing when I close my eyes, I'd really appreciate it.
Well,
It needs a
I don't come,
name.
I don't come across that many of them. Most of the time that I see something like an entity, it's been on a DMT trip,
Hmm.
which is uh, which is something which will tend to be what people call the jesters.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
I don't know. From what people describe to me, like trying to define an entity is like trying to define a neighbor in a psychedelic space. They're only more powerful than you if you make them to be that way.
Right.
Even though they're awe-inspiring, they do these wild things. Like,
Hmm. Hmm.
say that you can't do that up there, and that they're just that they're just other beings in that realm, or even crazier, that they're just part of you.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my gosh. True, do you remember when I had that little breakthrough where I was like, I am she and she is me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that was I was going through that. I can't remember everything that was happening at the time, Rob, but I was tripping. I was on a trip and something
Hmm.
I don't remember what happened, but something happened and I just felt like I don't know. I had some kind of strange feeling and I was like, should I like I was like feeling like not sure if I should be like feeling deferential to like entities or like it was shortly after I had seen that entity that I now know was Kalima. It's so weird that like but whatever. Like shortly after
Yeah.
I'd seen that entity and I was like, no, wait. No, all this stuff that I'm seeing like it's coming from my mind. Like it's me.
Yep.
Like I am this is all me. Like so whatever it was that was happening at that time, like I ended up saying, I am she and she is me. Like this is all me. Like that's the thing about like only a couple of times I've been tripping where I didn't really know what reality was real. Like there was one time when I didn't where I thought I thought I unalived myself and I did not know what was real and I had to like reach out to somebody to tell me that I was actually alive. It was a lot, but like
Yep.
that was like
Yep.
one of the few times that I really didn't know what reality was. But like that's the thing that keeps me grounded and like feeling safe no matter how much I take is that I can I dissociate and so like I watch myself. It's like I don't know
Hmm.
if that makes sense, but like I just oftentimes I dissociate when I'm tripping and so I'm like watching myself trip. And so I know that this is all in my mind. Like I'm safe. Whatever's happening, I'm safe. So I can let it all happen. Even if
Cause
I
it's
don't
all me.
like say again.
I said, cause it's all me.
Yeah, like I'm literally just like laying laying in my bed. There could be all sorts of like whatever going on behind my eyelids. It's all happening in a safe place because it's all in my head. Like I don't know that
Yeah.
in and of itself. So like I can have ego death. I can let go and let whatever. I'm just laying in my bed. I'm safe.
Hmm.
I am she, she is me. It is all me if I want it to be.
Yes. I don't
And
know.
that
I
goes
just
back to what I was thinking, or just one of my theories, that it's just a matter of perspective.
mhm.
You can reach the oneness. You can be everything. You can be the entities. You could be Shiva. You could be true. Shiva could be you.
And I could be a killer Barbie
And
all at the same time.
you could be killer bodies. Or you can break it down to where you are individuals, and there's this human and there's that entity and there's that. It's just a matter of which lens do you want to view it through.
Right.
And yeah, in some cases you don't really have, it may seem at least, that you don't have a choice in which perspective you're going to take. But when you can reach the oneness perspective, and that deity is you or part of you, and that makes it a lot less scary to me, or intimidating,
Yeah.
whatever word is proper in that. Is, yeah, once you have that epiphany or whatever it is, oh, this is part of me, or oh, I can be this, it's not near as intimidating.
Because we're all parts. Like as children, like when we're children, we're parts. Our personality is parts, and we grow as we become adults. Like our personality kind of coheses together as one person. And like when you're a child, if you experience like horrendous trauma, that can prevent that cohesive part from happening, and then people become like they have DID. But we all start as parts, like, so we can have many parts, and all of those parts, like, they all work together for our good. So yeah,
Yeah.
there's a part of us, right? Like, and our mind is, again, like I said before, there are absolute hard contraindications for people with mushrooms. There are people who absolutely should not take mushrooms. But for and we are not talking about those people. We are talking about people who can take mushrooms, and like it's in your head, and your mind loves you, and your mind wants to, you know what I mean? Like your mind really does want to take care of you.
Mm.
I don't know if I can finish. Like that's a full sentence. Like your mind
Yeah.
loves you,
Yep. And you have to recognize that. And
and
I don't
that's
know,
like
for lack.
it, radical self mushrooms help you practice radical self acceptance and trust in yourself.
Yep. And to trust in yourself takes a certain amount of uh, mental or spiritual strength.
Hmm. Yep. Which is why, for people who want to take mushrooms recreationally and just, get high and have fun, see some pretty colors, laugh a lot, and go on about their business, that is absolutely okay. because
Mm-hmm.
it's a full contact sport, like Shiva said.
Yeah.
And if you don't, if you don't want to step into that ring, you don't have to.
No. But if you're strong enough to step into that ring, what a beautiful space.
Yeah.
It's an amazing space. Like, it's an incredible space. And there's room for everybody here.
That just make me
Yeah, I would say
laugh because I
mushrooms are
always
for
say
anybody,
that.
but it's not for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
Say
like,
again?
and it's enough room for everybody.
They're
I
for
mean,
everybody, but they're for anybody, but they're not for everybody.
right.
I mean, some of the hard, if you're, I kind of feel where you're going with that, like maybe microdosing or, microdose might be beneficial for the people who are really separated from themselves or
Mm-hmm.
have certain states of mind. A lot of our recent studies are showing that it's very beneficial for certain aspects of like mental disorders or
Mm-hmm.
bodily in any kind of these disorders. Psychiatrists are looking at it. I was just looking
Oh,
at it in my state because they're trying to get it uh, decriminalized, I believe, here. And
Yeah.
they went through our state house and our state senate, but then the governor vetoed it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going
oh
back.
no.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's kind of cool though that each of our states can determine what's right for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, up here in some
I,
cities up here they've got it where the well, like in Minneapolis, I know specifically the, the police no longer they don't like if they were to find you carrying, you know, an ounce or whatever, they're not gonna they don't bother people for that anymore. But it's a city by city uh decision or whatever. It's it's really interesting. It's it's so
yeah.
strange. Like just get on the bed, get it, make a decision. You know, like you know what people are doing. We all know what people are
Well,
doing with these mushrooms. Like just go ahead and just like stop it.
well, in my opinion, the decision for making it criminal should have never been on the table to begin with.
Exactly.
Like, and that's one thing that's crazy to me. And you got there tonight. Like, sometimes when I'm tripping and I start coming down, maybe if it's a lighter dose, I might think about it. But a lot of times when I'm coming down, I'm like, who the fuck would make you a criminal for taking this? Like, the shit does not make any sense. I'm like, are these just straight up evil people? Like, what is going on here? Like, that
No,
is
wait, hold
fucked
on.
up that you could go to jail.
Hold on. It's going to make them stop believing what we told them to believe. We can't have that.
Yeah. And so, really, and then you think sometimes those thoughts kind of carry on where I'm like, damn, somebody who set a campaign, like, it might be, I can't remember his name, maybe William Randolph Hearst or whoever from 1895 said on a campaign that marijuana was bad just because he didn't
Hmm.
want his paper industry messed with. And to where, I'm just using that example, and I may
Hmm.
not have the name right, but to where 120 years later, it still affects us from a fear
Yep.
campaign that somebody put out.
Because
Like,
somebody wanted money. Because somebody wanted money.
yes,
And it was all it was about control
yes,
too. Control.
yep, yep, which they go hand in hand.
Man, we gotta keep y'all.
Good.
Man, for
You ain't
real.
right, True. You ain't right for that. Good job.
Janet Jackson, she touring
Hmm.
right now in the city near
You
you.
sound like you sound like Smokey saying that. Good job.
Oh yeah, she look like Janet
That's what I
Jackson.
thought of. Came out God looking like Freddie Jackson. Girl, why did I do that?
Dang.
Oh my god. Oh.
Shrooms are amazing, but they trippy at the same time. But I think that's what I like what you was talking about earlier, BGL, when you said the mushrooms will accommodate you. No matter where you at, who you with.
If you fucking with mushrooms, they'll fuck with
You
you.
feel me? Yeah.
They're endlessly accommodating. They'll give you take a little bit, they'll take, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile for sure. You just never know when. You just never know when. They'll take a mile at their own discretion.
Yeah.
You give them an inch today, they'll take a mile whenever they're when you're least expecting it. The killer Barbies will show up at your door
Just be doing all kind of
with their
ish.
dead doll eyes.
But hey, it be wild because I think what got me is when you said how they was looking at you like they figured out you was watching or something.
I don't even know if they figured out I was watching because they were looking dead at me the whole time. They never stopped. They never stopped looking at me. They were looking at me the whole time. They were walking, dancing, looking at me, strangling, looking at me, walking, dancing, looking at me, stabbing, stabbing, looking at me. Like, bitch, I
So
see you. I see you. I see you
what
too.
if
Like, it was just,
what if
they were
what if,
just looking at me.
what if that's what the God of everything feels like?
Like, I see you.
Yeah, I see you. Like, what are you doing? You just ran that Oh no, man! I'm looking right at you. I'm looking at you through your eyes. It's like, come on now.
Seriously, the eyes created and put in my head.
You be like, hey, well, ain't nobody
I
gonna
don't
know but
even
me and
need
you
my glasses to see what you did.
at all, at all. Damn.
Drew, let me ask you a question. When you're tripping and you see and you see stuff with your eyes open and you don't have your glasses on, is everything blurry?
No, it get like 4K. It's
You know
like
what I'm saying? Like, my, this the what it's blurry for me. Like,
Yeah, from what
it's blurry for me. I need my glasses on, but the glasses make me nauseous because then
oh,
it's like too clear. Go
it's
ahead.
too it's too
I
clear.
I had that question. I had that question. I saw it on Reddit. Because I wear contacts and I always have them in when I'm tripping. But um, yeah, on Reddit, a bunch of people said that it was still blurry when they'll have visuals, but it was still blurry whenever
Yeah,
they tried to see the quote unquote real world while tripping.
gosh, it was really this
So it's
tonight. It
not
was
just
really
you.
funny because like you know how like my covers were like breathing on my bed, and my blanket has a specific weave pattern to it or whatever. So I don't know. It's just the way the blanket was laying on the bed, plus my vision issues. It just looked like I had double vision. It looked like I had two blankets. Like it was pretty funny. It was. It looked everything looked like I had two of them, and I know it. I wasn't hallucinating seeing two things. It was just because of my vision was so blurry. It's almost like the mushrooms exacerbates that,
Yeah.
so it just makes the blur way worse.
Yeah, I don't get the
I really
blurriness.
appreciate y'all staying with me through my trip.
I'm starting
I
mine.
just love to talk about it. How are you
Like I
feeling? Are
said,
you feeling
I'm,
it more?
yeah, yeah. It's
You starting to
3D.
see anything yet?
Just fractals, just small fractals, not really. Yeah, it's hot. It's hot.
uh,
I know that.
something. Snail Horseplay said something that made me laugh. He said, "I've been sitting on." I guess he was talking about a previous trip. I've been sitting on the couch watching myself sit on the couch.
For hours.
Yes.
For like
When
two
you get
Yeah,
that out of
hours.
body, you get to watch yourself.
Yeah.
I lay in the bed and watch myself lay in the bed, and it's 2 hours. It feels like 20 years. It just never ends. Like, that's the other thing, too. Like, coming up, it feels like it takes 20 years and just never ends. And I'm like, when is this gonna end?
Like it's not.
Uh, it's so intense. It's the I don't know. It's my favorite part, but it's my least favorite part. Like,
At the
uh,
same time. The
so
honor.
much happens.
See?
It's like the great upload. It's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
sometimes it be a
when
lot.
when I come when I come up on mushrooms, I get this great anxiety feeling. And so my last Lucy trip, that was the come up on that was the most physically intense
Right. I
that I
remember you
experienced.
talking about your hands shaking, and
Yeah. But most of the time it's like um I don't know how to describe it. Mentally intense on the come up. Like I just feel anxious on the ride up. But that was interesting that on the Lucy, it kind of switched from a mental anxiousness to just a physical anxiousness. And when it was just a physical anxiousness, I felt more confident and more happy about it because I was just like, okay, mentally I was good, I was ready. And when I saw my hand shaking, I was like, oh, this is gonna be a good one. Mm. But yeah, that intensity can be overwhelming sometimes.
it's just you know, all the feelings start happening, and then all the visuals come on, and then all the side effects happen if they're gonna happen, and like I was experiencing today like these. It wasn't the sensations that I were experiencing. It was almost like a shudder through my body, just a small shudder, but it was a shudder that um it kind of was like anxiety. It was like pressure.
Yep.
I mean, it felt. Stay with me now. It felt really good, but at the same time, it made me want to throw up. It's that feeling
Yep.
of being at the top of the roller coaster and then, doop, then you, doop, and your stomach drops. It's a constant feeling of stomach dropping. And it's just being suspended, and that feeling makes me want to. So I'm not nauseous, but it's that feeling. Oh,
Yeah.
and I'm so grateful that I can identify like that feeling outside of the nausea instead. Like, okay, I'm not nauseous. This just needs breath work. This just needs, just breathe through the shutter and you'll be fine. Cause I feel like I'm gonna have some involuntary muscle action and I'm gonna throw up. And I got a stomach full of chicken wings right now and I can't have that. Ooh, it was just so weird. And so all those sensations. And then I already get motion sick. Like I'll get motion sick watching YouTube. So when I get it's ridiculous.
I'm just trying
People
to
walk,
picture it.
people moving their camera around too much. People moving their camera around too much when they're streaming.
You becoming, yeah,
I'm
you
such
really
an old
becoming
lady. I'm
the
such an
video.
old lady.
It's like this shit is real.
So
But it makes sense though.
imagine like having all these feelings going, all these sensations happening, and then I close my eyes, and what happens? These fucking killer Barbies in this circle, and the circles are spinning. Like I get so I'm like already the world is already spinning as it is, and then I get these visuals that are gonna make me motions.
Wow.
This is so intense. And I'm like, it's the best. It's like, it's absolute fucking chaos. It's chaos.
At its
And
finest.
it is. And I just like, sometimes I think like, I cannot believe I do this once a week. Like, what is wrong with me? But it's so much fun. And people like, when I try to explain it, this is why people have to try mushrooms, because when I try to explain it to people who haven't done mushrooms, they're like, oh my God, and you're going to do that again?
Yes, I will.
Like I absolutely am. I
Like,
just can't.
like you going back to
Yeah.
the same club and they got shot up last week. What you talking about?
Yep. I sure am.
You going right back.
Oh, God. I'm like, shut up. You got 6 kids and you're pregnant. Don't talk to me. You went to the same club too.
Man, I remember you had you. I remember I seen you up there with your friends. They was watching the baby as you ran in the club for a little bit.
Yup.
It was babysitting in the parking lot.
Yup.
You ain't old school if you don't remember that. Them ain't jokes. That's some real shit. I've seen
Yeah,
it.
yeah. There's no jokes there.
I've seen it. It's like, whoa, the baby in the car. Yeah. Erica got it right now, don't you? What the fuck? Oh,
Oh
they taking
god.
turns and shit.
Um,
All the kids in the car asleep. You go in there, you dance
that's
about
living
two,
well.
three songs. Then you come out, then it's your turn to watch the kids. I don't know. Yeah, they was switching off.
Very distinct. Oh my god. I have no frame of reference for that. I have no frame of reference. You're killing me right now.
Them not jokes. That's real life. I seen it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I have no.
I seen it
Look, I
many a
told one
times.
time. I don't know if I was. I would think I was in here talking about. I have no frame of reference. No. I was somewhere talking about this, but I have no frame of reference for like being a couple living in a studio apartment. I have no frame of reference for that. Like I can't
Why I gotta be a studio?
wrap my mind around that. Huh?
Why I gotta be like a studio though?
Because I was talking to people who were in New York City.
Oh.
I was talking to
Oh
people who
yeah.
were in New York City. And I mean there's a lot of people apparently everywhere across the country. There's a lot of couples who live in studio apartments and I'm like I can't like I can't. That's like Terrence Howard math. I
Yeah,
can't.
I can't even begin to relate.
Yeah, but
I
that's
don't.
where it is where
Not
they
that it
live.
doesn't. Yeah, like I just don't have the frame of reference for it because like
They,
I grew up in a mansion. I
they just
literally
got,
grew up in a mansion, and then
they just got little apartments. They
like a
thought it was
studio is for
normal.
one person.
Yeah, they thought it was normal for a while. Then you start looking in Texas and seeing all them big ass houses for what you paying. You be like, what the fuck am I doing?
Yes, I grew up, but the house that I grew up in had two master bedrooms, and you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
so when I was looking for my first house, I was like, why don't houses have bathrooms on the first floor? I don't understand this. Like, I thought everybody had like a bathroom for their visitors, and I don't mean that to be like I'm a snob or anything, but that's just like
You
the
are.
house that I grew up in had a half bath on the first floor for you so because people ain't coming up to go like I didn't understand that. I learned my lesson quickly. Keep your bathroom clean because people will be going upstairs into your bathroom. Holy
Why
shit,
is the
what?
bathroom all the way upstairs anyway?
I bought a townhouse.
Oh, but still,
The bathroom
the
was
so the
upstairs. There was no
oh, cause
bathroom
the
on the first.
room was
This is what I'm
upstairs.
on the first floor.
The room was on the first floor.
There was no bathroom. The kitchen, the living room, dining room, kitchen was on the first floor, and the
Yeah,
bedrooms were on the second floor. So the
that's
bathroom was,
why the bathroom was
but like
upstairs.
that's. But the house that I grew up in had like the living room, dining room, kitchen. It was a big house. It was a living room, dining room, kitchen, and then there was like another breakfast area, another eating area, and then there was a den, and there was an extra bedroom in the front of the house, and then
So,
there was a
so
half
what you
bathroom
saying? Y'all was
on the
rich.
first floor, and then
What you saying? Y'all was rich,
no,
and nobody. You just
well,
figured it
you
out.
know
You
what?
was
No,
rich.
we weren't rich. We weren't rich, but my dad had a really good job, and he um he sacrificed a lot for us to live where we lived.
Yeah.
He sacrificed a lot for us to live where we lived. We lived in a very affluent neighborhood. I don't know, and it was in the 70s. I don't know how I mean, I know, like, it was during redlining too. I don't know how my dad got the house. I don't know how we ended up in the neighborhood we grew up, and in the house we ended up in the location that we're at,
Yeah,
that
that's
it was
trippy.
at. It's amazing to me. But my dad literally sacrificed like his pride, his ego, like he sacrificed everything to get us in the neighborhood we were in so we could go to the schools that we went to, and we were just a bunch of fucking ungrateful kids.
Like any other kid.
Yep.
Yep, like all of them.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm 51 now, and I'm still like every day only now realizing how much my parents really, really sacrificed
Damn. Yeah.
to just sacrificed everything. Wild. I'm just grateful that I had the years at the end with my mom to take care of her the way she took care of me as a
Yeah.
kid.
Yeah.
I could show her that I did appreciate her, you know. But we were some ungrateful ass kids who didn't have any clue, and that is all a credit to my parents that we had the luxury of being that way.
So they gave up themselves for you guys.
Yep.
Was it worth it?
I don't think it was. My dad was a
I don't
I
mean
mean,
to laugh because I
I'm
be thinking the
serious.
same thing. I be like, yeah, nah, yeah, you was tripping.
My dad was an alcoholic. My mom had chronic illness until the day that she died. Like, is it really worth it for kids that didn't appreciate it anyway? I mean, the kids aren't gonna appreciate anything anyway. But like, I don't know. Like I just feel like
They don't appreciate it
I
until
grew
they
up in a
become
time
you.
when like adults didn't talk to kids about like reality and what reality really is, but they also expected you to like get it,
Yeah. They had
if that
slogans.
makes sense.
They
Like,
had slogans and they had different things that said it, but they still didn't explain. They didn't
hmm
explain it.
but they expected you to toe the line and know your place, and and you know what I mean. And then you learn when you're an adult. Like that's never worth it. That's never worth it. That's never worth it. That's never worth it.
It's
Or
all
at least
worth it.
that's my opinion.
I know.
That's why I'm gonna raise my kids poor as hell.
It's not that
You can't get no new
I don't
shoes to
think
them
my
ones get
parents should have
holes in
Uh,
them.
raised us poor as hell. I just don't think that my parents should have sacrificed. I, wow, it's hard to say that either because it was, it was the 1970s, and it, the sacrifices that my parents made for their kids, they were systemic. They had to sacrifice things to systems that there was nothing they could have done. So in that sense, yes, it was worth it. But I just, um, I guess I wish that my parents would have maybe been more real about where we live. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
I know, but it's wild because I be thinking about that, but then I go, you can't even look at them. You gotta look at their parents. You gotta look at your grandparents and see what they went through in order to try to shield you from what they tried to shield you from.
I know, and I kind of the thing about that is I look at my parents and I kind of don't really look further back because, and the reason I don't is because I look forward and like with me, I it's interesting. Like I have sisters that are 21 and 17 years older than me, and then I'm the youngest. So I feel like there's a generation, maybe a generation difference. Like my older sisters are boomers, I guess, and I'm Gen X. I think yeah, I'm Gen X. I'm like, because I'm 1972 and Gen X started in 67 or whatever. And so my older sisters are boomers. All three of my sisters are boomers, and then I'm Gen X. So there's a generational difference between us. Um, and then after me is millennials. And that's when the change starts in how, like, people start talking about breaking generational curses and people start talking about raising their children to break generational curses, etc. And so prior to that, like I kind of look at my parents and their parents, like all of us, all of them, because they were, they're descendants of slaves,
Yeah. When you really think
and
about it, though, Angie,
it's the same thing.
Angie, it was a time where they didn't give a fuck about
Yeah,
what kids thought.
yeah, that's what
Hate
I'm
to say
saying. This
it
is what I'm saying. Like this is what I'm saying. Like, and then the change happened. The
about your
change happened
feelings.
like with Generation X and forward. So like I don't want to discount I don't want to discount what my parents went through as children and what my grandparents went through as children, but I don't need to go that far back because I understand that like they came from a generation where they came from the time when, I mean, I was raised that children should be seen and not heard. That's how I
Yeah.
raised my daughter, and it stopped there. It stops there. Like the curse breaks there. So it doesn't. It's not. It's not so important. I mean, I don't know. It sounds so horrible to say it's not important what my parents and their parents
I
went through
was,
because
I,
it
that's what I
does
was
matter.
thinking
But
though when you said that. I was thinking talking about what you heard. I ain't even taught you what you heard yet. First, I got to teach you about what you heard before you even know what you heard. Cause you just
but
talking outside of your neck.
just knowing that for generations and generations, for millennia, like kids didn't matter. Like the fact that my parents would sacrifice themselves, their pride and their ego, and to move themselves into an all white community, a very racist all white community, so that their kids could go to the very best schools, tells me that that's the first generational curse to break. And so yeah, yeah, it's worth it to break a generational curse. Absolutely is. It's just tragic that they couldn't break that curse without causing harm to themselves, that they couldn't heal as they broke that curse.
Hmm.
It's just really tragic.
They sacrifice
And
themselves to
it's
break that
hopeful
curse.
to me, huh?
You don't think they would sacrifice themselves to break that curse?
I mean, that's what they did. They sacrificed themselves to break that curse. I just think that it's tragic that they couldn't heal and break that
Yeah,
curse at the same
at the
time.
same time.
I just think that I think it's really tragic. But like sometimes you might be right, True. Like to to do that initial breaking, it might take a sacrifice. I don't know. I don't know. But that's certainly what my parents thought it took.
That's it. I ain't gonna lie, cause it's like weird, cause that's what I always thought. Like the Jesus story was like you picking up the cross and you carrying it. You feel me? You
Hmm.
deciding who your Peters
Well, that's
are,
what they say.
and your different ones are. It's your perspective on it, but this is the way he looked at it. But you doing the same thing, but you looking at it differently. And I don't know. It's that shit is
Hmm.
weird. And you just I don't know. Yeah, I feel it.
Yeah, how do we judge what's best?
Dang.
It's interesting. Are we still live?
Yeah. Dang. We've been live for 2 hours and 30 minutes. We just been
That's
chilling.
nothing.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I I can't believe I'm going to say this on a live stream. My relationship with my daughter has been strained at times, and she can be very hard on me. She can be very, very hard on me. And we were talking the other day, and she was talking about um, a mother who's in the military and the choices that this mother made in order to give her daughter the best chance, to give her child the best chance that she could, which, you know, military parents do make difficult choices all the time. And she was just saying how people were like giving this mother a hard time because she chose to have her daughter live somewhere
Wait.
away from her because she didn't want her to go to school where she was stationed. And everybody was just giving her so much grief and so much grief. And my daughter was like, I just wonder, are you okay? Like, are you okay being away from not being able to see her except for, X number of times a year and da 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 da, and how much time do you have until you guys can be reunited fully and blah blah blah. And the lady was, expressing how grateful she was that my daughter like thought about her that way because she gets nothing but grief for separating herself from her daughter. And I just found that to be like, I was really glad that she could be compassionate towards that woman, but I was like, wow, it's funny to me that she. Oh, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. My alarm just went off. It's time for me to get up and go to work.
What? On a Sunday?
Um, well, I mean, my alarm goes off every day. Um, but I was like, she is. I was so glad for her to be compassionate to that woman and her for separating from her daughter. Um, but I was like, but man, it should be hard as hell on me. Like, I don't get no slack.
She don't
Oh
give
my
you no
gosh.
slack.
None. None.
Do you deserve
But
any?
then I thought, I thought, no, I thought, you know what the thing is though? She has to give her compassion to that mom because who knows what that mom and her daughter's relationship are like. You know what I mean? Like it's always like that. It's always like that. It goes outward, not inward. And I think that's the way that it's supposed to be.
Possible. Do you feel like you coming down yet?
Oh, I don't know. My feet still feel like French toast.
French toast. What French
That's a
toast
real
feel?
statement right there.
What French toast feel like?
I just can't. What my feet feel like. My feet feel like French toast. They just feel like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man on the bottom, but it just reminds me of French toast. I can't explain why it's French toast. This has always been. I don't even like French toast, but the bottoms of my feet feel like puffy and they're 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 vibrating just a little bit, and they just feel so comfortable, like puff pastry, but they're French toast. I don't know
I like
why.
that
It's
vibrating. It's the weirdest feeling, but it feels good, like a massage.
it's the best feeling. It is the best feeling when my feet feel like this. Like I am in the zone. Like this is where I want to stay. This is my mushroom sweet spot. Like I don't need entities. I don't need hallucinations. I just need my feet to feel like French toast for a few hours. It's the best. I just the best.
Yeah.
It's
No, that's true.
y'all. I be coming in this server high like this all the time.
You saying it like exile. This
Every
moment.
weekend I do this. Huh?
This moment. This moment. This moment.
Oh wow, it has been 7 hours. My stomach is growling.
It's like
I need to
the,
DoorDash me some McDonald's. I'm not gonna do that. That's ridiculous.
the Bati said, nah, it wants McDonald's. It ain't playing.
No, McDonald's is not on the menu on the weekends. I should
McDonald's.
just get up and go make some spaghetti. I got
Exactly.
spaghetti in the refrigerator.
'Cause McDonald's is never on the menu. Oh.
Oh, there's always room for McDonald's, but I'm just not in the mood for it. McDonald's is
Not McDonald's. It's Mickey D's.
real food.
It's Mickey D's.
McDonald's is always an option. You don't mean to tell me that Eric has been in here all this time?
He vibrating right now, probably. Nah, he probably walking up the mountain.
That's right, he does walk up the mountain.
Yeah. And I'm tired of it.
My stomach is really growling right now. It's like talking.
I'm telling you, it's times I'll be coming down and it feel like I can just eat a whole cow. Like right now, I can go and I can actually hunt one down. It don't matter if he need to be hunted or not, and eat it. That's when I
Whew.
thought I was vegan. Thought I was vegan for a minute.
I tried. I tried to be vegan. I tried to be raw vegan for a minute. I ate too many kale chips. They did me in.
Man, what's a raw
Dehydrate
vegan?
kale and eat kale chips.
I couldn't.
What's raw vegan?
Yeah.
Not cooking your vegetables, eating everything raw, and being
Oh,
vegan.
okay,
Um,
yeah.
warming it up in the dehydrator.
They got different names for vegans, huh? What vegan do you want?
It was hardcore. It was interesting. There's still a few things that I really like from when I was doing that. I would make raw vegan lasagna and I would put it in my food dehydrator for like 2 days just to get it warm.
Uh,
Oh gosh. That was wild. Oh gosh.
the vegan thing, it
I
was it
would
was
make kale chips.
it was nice though.
But
Yeah, the vegan thing, it was nice though.
I just miss meat. I need a little chicken or a steak every now and again.
Here, just here and there, ain't gonna hurt nobody.
What's a steak? What's a little steak between friends, right?
I don't know, but I'm just like, oh my goodness.
I'm telling you, whenever if we ever meet, True, you gotta take me to a steakhouse, like a steakhouse, like not Outback Steakhouse.
You got you got to get your steak well done though.
Mm, maybe not, but you don't have to eat my steak.
Like, you gotta get your steak
I won't
well
make you
done,
try my
cause
steak.
if I see you eat it in front of me, I'm gonna turn back into a vegan.
You can do that. That won't offend me. I'll finish my steak, so you don't have to. Trust and believe. A little pink never hurt anybody. Your girl's got two plans.
Oh
So I
man.
just meant that in a steak. Oh my god. Anyway,
Oh wow. I was trying to look at the words on the chat. They look all 3D. I'm just not gonna look at that.
I don't know how you're doing it. I couldn't even, like, there's no way I could try to read something coming up. I couldn't even listen to things like that's the other thing that happens. Like sound starts to sound different if,
It just looked 3D.
when I'm
Yeah,
coming up.
yeah.
It sounds like it feels like sound is running past me. It's so strange. Like it's the weirdest thing. It was really bad today too. That's why I can't listen. I have to turn people's voice off. Like I have to turn off my electronics for at least like 30 minutes, and then I can turn my electronics back on. but I get really like woozy listening to people talk when I first start coming when it first starts hitting me. Ain't no way. I need to be left alone for a second, and then I'm good. Then I can come back and start. Well, that's not true either, but don't worry about me. I know attention to that woman behind the curtain. Oh gosh.
I was just damn. Sometimes you just get lost in your thoughts.
Who's lost in their thoughts?
Me, me.
What you thinking about?
Who's thinking?
Like just realities, perceptions, just you know. It seems like it's so many of them going on at one time, and at times you can
Mhm.
see them, but I don't know. I don't know. Y'all don't want to sound crazy. It's sounding crazy in here. You can see the overlayment
Man, I've
though.
been talking
That's
about
the
that.
trippy part.
Isn't it wild? You're somewhere, you're where you're at, but you're not.
But you not,
You can
yeah.
see something right on top of it. It just sits right there. You're like, what the fuck? It can make something, it can make the absolute mundane things that your bedside table is always your bedside table. But suddenly,
What's up, young God?
is it really your bedside table? Like it's a little bit bigger, it's a little bit browner, like it's a little bit smaller. Something's just not right about your bedside table suddenly, or
Man,
everything's just a little bit bigger in your house. It's wild.
even probably the meaning behind certain things. I am
Do you
Gucci.
hear words when you think about things?
Hmm. That's a good one. Sometimes it's like the words be stamped on what I'm looking at. But that word, it just goes so far depending on what I'm looking at and what word, like a door. It's like the stamp on the door. It's like I'm gonna know everything that a door do when I come in contact with a door. 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 Open, close. You know. I don't know. Sometimes that's what I think we be. That's what I feel like everything in reality kind of sort of is. It's like it don't matter what it is. Like when you look at it, you put your spin on that motherfucker. Like whether it's a door, a car, some shoes. Like I like LeBron's better than Jordan's. Yeah. Hmm.
That makes sense, but it's also so like fascinating to think about. Like you're right that we all have our own like spin on a door. Like
Yeah.
your door is different from my door, but it's also just a door. Like at the same time, like the function of a door. But what's on the other side of the door? Like it, it's something different for everybody, and
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just like is the handle the same? I don't know. That's really interesting.
The bigger you make your
I
door, the
never
bigger the
really
shit
thought
on
of
the other side.
That's got my feet feeling like French toast again.
Yeah, I can tell too. I'm starting to have a couple of visuals coming in, but I ain't even slipping in the darkness.
Bro, I sat with you for 5 hours when you were in the toilet, so
Oh
you could go
yeah.
anywhere.
Yeah, I remember them experience being stuck in the bathroom all that time with the heater next to me. Like,
And a
man,
blanket.
yeah. Man, I was watching that the other day when I was going through videos. I wanted to do a reaction. I said, "No, my eyes rolled to the back of my head too many damn times. I ain't gonna be like, you look evil." Hey, I think that's the thing that makes me laugh about like evil. Like evil is fucking some funny shit, bro. Evil is the funniest, is the biggest joke of all
Laughing at
goddamn
evil, that's
time.
hilarious.
It's like the biggest joke.
How so?
Huh? Huh? I fell
How
asleep.
so? He fell asleep.
Yeah, I fell asleep. Nah, because like when you just look at how we design what we call evil to actually be, like there's an underlying evil. Don't get me wrong, but then we make things evil sometimes that are just not evil.
That are just mushrooms growing in the ground.
Exactly, exactly. Like you could be like, you seeing demons? It's like, dang, for real? How come they ain't never told me no demonic shit? Like the only person telling me demonic shit is the
For
motherfucker that's telling me what
real.
I'm
It's
seeing.
you.
Yeah, it's like,
You're telling me that it's demon.
yeah, like
I would have
they,
never thought this shit was a demon. What are you
they,
talking about, dog?
yeah,
Demonic. What are
they
you
ain't never,
talking about that's
ain't,
demonic?
yeah, demonic. That's the part that get me because it's like, dang, I was kind of thinking about it. Like I ain't never, out of all things that I heard them tell me, they ain't never told me to do no weird shit. Ain't never. Never. Never, ever, ever, ever. I ain't saying it ain't possible, but I'm just saying it's never happened. It's never
Look,
happened.
all I know is
So, the demons can't be demons. We deem certain things demons. And that's okay.
we certainly do. Yeah.
That's okay.
Just keep your demons over there and keep your demons over there with you because demons only work. Demons only apply to people who believe in them.
Man, I make sure to
Well, that's
keep
not
me
really
two
true, is
demons
it?
in my back pocket everywhere I go.
Exactly.
So,
I'll keep a couple with me so that they can shoo away the demon downers, Debbie
man,
Downers, the demon downer.
yeah, got to keep two of them.
A demon a day keeps the.
Keep the doctor away. And it's crazy because like when you really look at it, it be fucking people doing the shit. I'm like, man, when who came in and just made the rule, changed the rules and said now you can blame it on the spirits. You know you can blame it on the spirits, right? When you make mistakes, if you blame it on the
Oh,
spirits, you get away with it. It's like, when did we start doing that?
no, no, no. Oh,
No more. No more.
Well,
mm-mm.
yeah, it's like calling people savages.
Yeah.
I don't even like to use that word. I mean, it's an absolutely appropriate word for certain things, but I hate that word.
Yeah, time just life is what life is.
But then with yeah, with words, I mean, cool used to describe a temperature, but then we started using it in the 70s or 80s to describe a
Yep.
state of being.
Yeah, he's so cold. He was cold with that one. When you dive in BGL, do you ever get flashbacks?
Flashbacks have
Like I don't know, like
like
flashbacks.
reality flashbacks, or
Yeah, like it's almost like a flashback glitch to where to show you like a 5 second clip of a whole nother life or something, or like an experience you had before, or a dream you had.
um, no, I don't think so. Um, you're making my brain itch though. Like maybe I have interesting two interesting things when you ask that question is that number one of my hopes for taking mushrooms was to gain my memories back because like there's a lot of my childhood that I don't remember. So I was hoping that I would gain those memories back somehow. And now that I'm like on this side of mushrooms, I-
Fuck them memories. One day you woke up and said, "Fuck them
no, it's not
memories."
even that.
Like,
It just seems kind of like it's just. I just think that it's kind of funny the things that I expect mushrooms to have been able to do. Like I really thought that mushrooms were gonna like bring back all these memories,
oh
just
yeah,
like you're saying, like they did flashbacks, and I really thought the mushrooms were gonna do stuff like that. However, what I have experienced more than once, especially since I started eating my mushrooms as opposed to drinking the tea, is the sensation that I was telling Cryo this the other day. I get these sensations where I I didn't lose time, but it feels like I lost time and that somebody was in my head doing something. Maybe I was somewhere doing something. Like maybe in another dimension doing something. I don't know if it was me or if somebody was in my head. I just know one time I was tripping and I was grabbing my head and I was saying, they're in there again. And I hate when they're in there because I don't remember what they're doing. What did I consent to? I don't know I don't remember what they did when they're in there. And I know that I was saying in there was like in my head.
yeah.
So it's really interesting that you would ask me about flashbacks because like no, I don't. It's
Oh
sometimes
wow.
I feel like oh, when I'm especially since I've been eating the mushrooms that there's like literally something going on in my brain that I'm not a party to.
Hmm.
Like that there's like little like underpants gnomes like hi ho toward me up in my head like doing stuff and I don't know what they're doing. And I get like when I think about it, it like fills me with paranoia. But I also feel like whatever it is, whoever it is in my head, like I get this overwhelming sense that I consented. Like I was like, oh, that's what you want to do? Okay, go ahead. And I just don't remember doing it.
Mm.
I don't know.
I don't know, but I've been
What
getting
if it's aliens in my
visualized.
brain?
It might be. What I mean, if it's not a
What if
part of
like
your
what if
body,
mushrooms are like
wouldn't it
alien food?
alien
What
truffles,
if we're
huh?
really eating alien food?
They
Because
did.
mushrooms grow don't psychedelics grow on every continent except Antarctica? Psychedelic mushrooms grow
I,
on every continent except if they grow
I
on
thought
every
amanitas
continent
grow over
except
there though.
Antarctica.
I thought amanitas grew over there or something.
Naturally?
I don't know.
No, amanitas need a pine tree,
Oh, you said in Antarctica?
and yeah, and mushroom spores can leave our atmosphere.
What if we're just like fucking around eating alien food?
Well, what's native?
You tell me.
Well, you're saying alien.
I mean, because I'm using the word to
Yeah, mushrooms grow in
extraterrestrial,
Antarctica.
like
Yeah, how do we know we're not extraterrestrial?
psychedelic
Fungus.
mushrooms. Shiva,
They
why you
are.
always gotta be pushing the limits?
They are technology.
That's
You
what
are a habitual
psychedelic
line
means.
stepper.
Mind expanding.
I know. Like, I literally, you're like, I just lost a wrinkle in my brain because now you gotta create new wrinkles. Like, I just felt my brain smooth out in place of a new wrinkle. Like, how do we know we're not the aliens? Oh my gosh. I'm just trying to, like, uh, I don't, my brain's not that big yet. Gosh, that was the excess. I had the accessory thought. You had the whole suit. You had the whole, like, ensemble thought.
Don't.
I can't, I can't, I can't, I can't. All I know is that I've had more original to me thoughts since I started taking mushrooms than I've ever had. I've had more original to me thoughts this year than I've had in the last 10 years. Like, just like, oh,
I got lost in my thoughts like
oh,
15 times as
where
y'all
were
was
you?
talking. I don't know.
Where were you?
I
Oh,
don't.
did you fall asleep again?
Nah, I didn't fall
This
asleep.
fool's changing dimensions.
It's just
What you seeing with your eyes closed?
not, my eyes ain't closed. They like halfway
I
closed.
said, what?
All right, I'm close them all the way.
Think of it like a film strip. How there's individual frames on a film strip, but then when you move them, it looks like a video. And think about a TV. So when you change the channels on the TV, all the programs are still going on at the same time, but then we tune in to which one we want to watch. So sometimes, like in the psychedelic or meditation or intention or awareness stage, you can shift through these different channels of experience, pulling from either the past, the present, or the future in any of our lives or experiences that we would draw from, which are all going on right now.
I agree with that.
Okay, yeah. Yep, that part. That part. Wow. Like you can dive deep into your thoughts, bro. I was just going when you was talking, Exile. I could see you as like this little alien creature that was inside your body. Just like your body was just like a robot. Because I wanted to ask you the
Kind of.
question. Like, what if it's that? And yeah, then you just get to kind of see it, and that shit is wild. Because your ideas can come to
Yeah,
life.
alien meaning not exactly from here. This body is born here, but the spirit moves through everything, and the spirit's connected to every single life.
And that spirit can take any form. It jump from place to
Any
place.
form.
It jump from place to place. It don't be playing. It be everywhere, but it be nowhere at the same time. If you get what I'm saying.
Right. Right.
It be everywhere and nowhere at the same exact time,
Yeah,
man.
nowhere is the fastest way because it doesn't have to it doesn't have to travel anywhere. It is everything, so it doesn't need to really travel.
But dang, yeah, this shit is amazing. Now I feel what you were saying earlier, BGL. Whoever banned this shit, they was tripping. Yeah, we need to go dig them up and
So,
holler at them. Be like, hey, look, check this out. What was you thinking about when you did this? Unsignatorized your shit. The third eye. It got. Hey, have you ever really dug deep into that when you was on just diving in, Angie, the third eye?
no,
Hmm.
no. I really feel like the Russians are gonna do whatever they're gonna do. Like, is there a few times? Like, I usually have uh, excuse me, a reason I go in, or if I don't have a reason that I'm going in, then I just, set an intention. But sometimes, like if I'm struggling with something, sometimes I can grapple with it and deal with it while I'm in, you know, on my trip. But if the mushrooms don't want me dealing with it on my trip, I just don't deal with it on my trip. Don't we love how we talk about mushrooms like a sentient being?
Hmm.
I ate a dehydrated fruit, and we talk about them like they're sentient beings with their own will and plan for us individually. At least I talk about them like the mushrooms.
Yeah, it's really our higher mind or our oversoul or our spirit that we're having direct communication with.
Yeah, it just takes away. They just take away all the resistance. They clear up all the interference. and let you have access to yourself fully.
Yeah.
And I think that's what scares people. Oh, 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 this makes so much sense. I talk to my barber about this all the time because he is so scared to take mushrooms. He's terrified of what he's going to see. And I'm
Well,
like, it should. Go ahead.
magnification, amplification. If I am playing a note out of tune, that might be fine for my own ears, but then I amplify it to where everybody can hear it. Well, that's going to sound really bad or whatever. So the more I'm in tune with my own being, when those things get now amplified or magnified, then there's more smooth. You said your brain was smooth.
Mm-hmm.
That smoothness tends to come out instead of the jagged parts. Now, that's not saying the jagged part. It's just feeling differently. We're describing
Yeah.
textures, and not that one's good and one's bad. Of course, something jagged is good for cutting a log, or there's specific reasons for all these different complexities or potentials.
Right.
And yeah, by you getting in touch with who you really are,
Some
then
velvet wind.
in your perspective, then you can start to echo that to people who are open to that,
Thinking,
like your barber or whoever.
man, I was thinking
Yeah.
of a breakthrough. Like, Exile, what if like a official breakthrough is you breaking through the reality you created and generated, or that you wanted to accept, and then you break through that and see all these other different places existing outside of that. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
just
we set
tripping.
our own limits in some kind of aspect. We set the limits, but then the part of us always wants to look to expand. A part of us knows no boundaries, but a part of us likes those boundaries as well that we set.
Yeah, at the same time.
Sometimes we can only take so much light when you look into the sun, or you can only breathe in so much, or only bench so many pounds, or eat so much food, or swim so far. I don't know if we would know union without having a sort of limitation. I think part of this experience is realizing that the perceived separation is actually in union, but I don't know if we know that union without being separated. So it's a sort of paradox, or a cosmic giggle.
The cosmic giggle. That's why I be laughing all the time. All the time. I can't help it because it's like, what the fudge? They say it ain't possible. They say it is possible. They say that it's real. They say that it's fake. It's like, damn. Can we? What if it just didn't matter and we just all just chill out? Heck, what if we could just have one cool day of like no arguing? Like just wake up one day and just we never be mad at our kids or none of that shit. Like,
That's why I live alone.
yeah, only if
It could be today.
right now.
And we don't, those things, that's like trying to put a box around it. But if you live it just for today, then it's kind of really freeing, because it's always going to be just today. So even quote tomorrow when I wake up, I can still, hey, maybe I'm gonna do this again another day, just for today. Next day comes, oh, just for today,
Mm,
and then it starts to become like, oh, that's the same. So
yeah.
the box kind of builds itself because we're living through this like self-organizing thing. This breathe in, breathe out. The heart beats and it beats and it beats and it beats, and the sun rises, sun sets, and wind blows and water flows, and earth grows. And
I'm not even gonna hold you.
I don't have one for fire
This
yet.
come up is getting better and better. It's getting better and better the further I go. You said you don't have a fire one exile. It got
I don't
lost
got
in the
a.
flames.
I was trying to-
Like it got
flames
lost in the
glow. The
flames.
flames glow. That's what it is.
Hey, you know what? You know
It's like
the one trippy thing that tripped me out about mushrooms is like when everything started to kind of come to life. Like all the things, like the arms on your computers that holding up your computer screens, the thing that's holding up the microphone. It's like they all begin to come to life. And it's like I know y'all, you know, because if y'all would stand still all this time, y'all could have said something a long time ago. Y'all tripping.
we've been holding our arms up for 3 years, bro.
Yeah, you talking about hold up this screen. We ain't even dropped it. Hey, that's wild though. Like when you think about reality like that, like some of the inanimate objects and they job, they purpose. Like, like when Rick told the robot, he said, "What's my purpose?" Pass the butter. Your whole purpose is just to pass the butter, nothing else. Shut up and pass the butter. But yeah, this feels good though. Thank you, BGL, because at first I was just gonna skip. I was gonna skip tonight. I was gonna skip tonight. Wally said the wizard. What's Merlin? Damn. What the fuck do you do after you like turn into somebody like Merlin? Like you just this should just turn into a real life Disney movie, huh? You just change shit, do all the what the fuck? That's gonna be our future though. The more as we go and we control reality more and more, we're gonna figure out what it is.
Yeah.
If we ain't figured it out already. And we just acting. What if everybody was just acting though? It's like, yeah. You really thought I was your brother, huh? Like what? Y'all
Paid
got,
actor.
yeah, you got jokes. It's like, damn. That's Rob. He said, yeah, God is the biggest comedian. The biggest comedian. This coffee is good. Coffee and mushrooms, yeah, they heavy. But earlier I was trying
Coffee
to,
is great.
yeah, coffee. This coffee is it's going lovely. But I'm going, dang, I was seeing like this. yellow octopus like with these like spider like eyes, bro. That shit was real as hell. And it's like, dang, I didn't want to really kind of focus in on it because I would have left. I would have, because it's like, damn, that shit look
Dude.
hella trippy. It was like
Hey,
yellow
true.
and shit.
Exile, how you
What
guys
up, Eric?
doing?
What's up, Eric?
Uh, oh no, you know what I thought though? You know, because you know how we up in this existence here that nothing hardly even moves. But when you go inside yourself, everything's constantly moving, constantly moving. Everything is just keep on changing, constantly moving. But when you're here, nothing moves. And I noticed that, you know, just the other day, I did that one eye thing, right? And and it was in the dark, I closed my eye, one of my eyes, and like it always does, my head always moves from left to right. But this time, I seen an image, colorful image. It was just moving. It looked like it was like a squid or something, but on the side of it was like a butterfly or a bird, like a little small bird, and it kept moving and moving. And it was looking at me, and actually, I was looking at me. My head said, "Yeah." So it's like during when I have my eyes closed, I kind of noticed that some, there is something there, and I noticed what always imminent object, because the bag I had, it was a bag, and the bag turned into this particular um, like a squid like creature, and it kept moving and moving around, but his but the tentacles kept moving around, and there was a bird, but at the same time it was colorful. I could see it constantly moving, just nonstop. Kind of thought that was interesting.
Yeah. And yeet.
Octopus is true spirit animal.
I thought it was strange. They
Man,
speak in Chinese.
I was like hella deep right there. I was saying something like if you was looking like straight out of broom, but it was like these red little dots and shit. It was hella weird, bro, how that shit was shaped, but then it was like a face though. That'd be amazing too when you see different faces and different things kind of looking at you as you looking at it. So is it you? Cause if you seen a different perspective of yourself that you've never seen before, it'll like kind of freak you out from both sides, like both sides.
I noticed uh, you know, like different types. Well, still like size.
Yeah, bro. I closed my eyes. I don't know where I was or what I was seeing, but when I opened my eyes, I was so close to the microphone. I was like, like I'm surprised my nose wasn't touching the microphone. I was hella close. Oh wow, it's crazy because you'll just get like pulled in, and it feels good though. It don't. It's like the smoothest transition from nothing to something to nothing to whatever the fuck that shit is that's going on. Cause sometimes you can't even explain it because there's some shit going on you ain't never seen. Some shit don't even exist here, and you like trying to explain something that ain't never been seen in reality. It don't even got a name for it. But I'm trying to make up a name, and it's like, nah, that name don't even fit it. It just kind of messes it all up. Like literally.
It all this inside you.
Yeah.
Everything is,
Everything is
it's,
just benevolent. Everything is
yeah.
just benevolent. I think that's where you get the respect of psychedelics is when they show you that beauty right there that is like just benevolent and it exists within everything and then you come back and it's like whoa, like I didn't even think that chicken bone had love in it. It's like it's the last thing I would have thought because I smashed it. I ate all the meat off of it. If I almost ate the bone,
My
but
my computer monitor loves me.
yeah, yeah. It's like man, it's like everything. No homo. It's like life is love, love is
Homo
life.
sapien.
But yeah, Homo sapien. Dale the funky Homo sapien. Where I went to see him, but nah, bro. That be the wildest thing, cause then, I get what you saying because that beauty that you see, you come back and you want to share that love because it's like this is what it
Yeah.
feels like. Like what? It feel like what? Me, like me. This right here, what I'm giving you, just me being me. It's like, bro,
Yeah.
that's that shit is beautiful. I might just be high, but that's cool.
What about okay, we had the love, and then we had hate.
It sound
That's another feel.
it sound
Feel.
like you far
You
away.
sound really low.
Oh, okay. Right.
Now you don't sound at all. I don't know. It sounded like you said something about love and hate. Like I ain't the one to dibble and dabble, but I can kind of, you see both sides, and you see the game they playing.
Yeah.
You see the game they playing, but you ain't ever gonna be able to stop them.
No, it's free choice.
Yeah,
You see the options, but you don't necessarily need to choose it.
yeah, you done. Like it's wild, because that ripple is in the wood because it just go like that. It grow like that.
Yeah.
I think with life, like things that we perceive to be this or that, like this shit just go like that, bro. But we can grow it a little differently. I think that's a possibility. But even in order for it to be that, because you got some people. I don't know, bro. This shit is crazy. I don't even want to put judgment on life no more. I just let life be. Cause you feel me? This shit is like the internet. It don't take no losses.
That's right.
Is a you feel me? A lifetime of knockouts.
Yeah, undefeated.
Undefeated. Undefeated. You feel me? Like this nigga what? Like what? Like unlimited KOs. You 12-1. You 12-1 going, yeah, okay. Like they got unlimited knockouts. Like that shit is crazy, bro. But I think that's what make it beautiful at the same time too. Cause it know it's gonna knock you out.
That's all.
Yeah,
That's a T-shirt, bro. Life is undefeated.
Yeah, life is undefeated, like the internet. I always see people say that. The internet is undefeated. No, nigga, life is undefeated. That shit ain't got no losses. It ain't took it. It ain't even been knocked down yet. Ain't nobody even punched life yet. Like, ain't nobody even. He ain't never took a punch. Life don't know what the fuck a punch feel like. Like, what the fuck? Like, life don't know what that shit feel like. It's just coming in swinging from the jump. Oh man, bro, this shit is hella hilarious. But I love it. But I think mushrooms is a technology though. Like they are like a technology because it rewires your brain. Like simplified, it rewires. It don't just rewire it though. It like it connect the shit that wasn't connected that you know you didn't know needed connecting. Like that's the part that gets me.
Yeah.
Like, cause there's certain things that you do in life that you just know that it's the right thing to do, but it's wrong, and you don't want to accept it because for you just believe like that thing right there is the right thing to do, and then mushrooms come along and be like, bruh, that ain't right. That is not. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that.
Well, that's you.
Lit.
You can't blame mushrooms. That's you, though.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
For us.
I think I do like to I like to see myself, bro. Because my mind and what I created to be right and wrong is just funny as hell. And it's like I can't do nothing but laugh. Because it's like, even if somebody say, the same thing, like I like ham and rice. Like, man, I thought that was the best sandwich too. I don't know. Like I thought the same thing. I thought if you can eat Subway, you can, be like that Jerry dude. And this nigga be crazy as fuck. Why every time we find somebody that's good, that's doing something good for everybody, this motherfucker be wacky. Pee Wee Herman. Oh my god!
Everybody's got a little bit of rascality to them.
Yeah, we give them that little pass. And
Little
shit
rascal.
back. See, I see the blue eye in front of my vision. This might be a good one. Well, dang. I don't even know the difference between the good and the bad mushroom experience anymore. I just don't.
Yeah.
Oh, like what the hell? What does that? Is that something? Do that mean anything anymore? I don't think so. I don't think it do. It's like like it's almost like you built the roller coaster before you got there. Before you rode it, like you the one who built it, but then when you got there, you acted like it wasn't your roller coaster and you didn't just build it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then, like, you, for one, you doing the Sonic game. You acting like you didn't build a roller coaster and you not the man on first while you throwing pitches at yourself, striking out. So it's like almost like you trap yourself, like you build your own prison. It's like we build our own prison. And it don't matter what type of prison it is, because we just, some of them got different walls. Some of them build them like houses, apartments, like we said, condo, studios,
Mansions, palaces.
mansions, palaces. Then we trap ourselves in it. Huh. Oh, wait. Yeah, they kicking in, Exile. Like they there. They there.
Go with it.
I am. I'm just rocking with the motion. That should be looking like graffiti or something. Is that BGL? You sleep? You done fell asleep.
Who
Ain't
who
that some
fell
shit?
asleep?
I thought you was asleep.
Mm-mm. I'm just riding.
Yeah, I know. I was there too. That's what it's called, huh? Just ride. Just kind of just ride.
I'm riding the moment, mine.
This one and this one.
This moment.
Mm.
Hey,
Yeah.
How you
peace,
doing,
everyone.
Phil?
Wait, who's that? That
It's
Rob?
Christos.
Oh, what's up with it,
What up?
Christos?
Yeah, man, I don't. Who was talking about having the spider over their head earlier? They
Me.
were a web. Yeah, that was great. I loved. You were really funny talking about Khan, how he's always a bus stop or something. That's why I tuned in earlier. I was like, all right, let me just keep going and stay awake. You all were on a good vibe, man. It's been good to listen
Oh shit, Kyle have your ass. Kyle have you not knowing which direction is up. Mm.
That's Richard
He had good
Pryor movie.
intentions, but
Which way is up? He said he
that's
had
a
good
portal. It's a
intentions.
portal. It's a portal. Just look. Just look at a portal. Just the
Just
next
go
time, just
through.
be curious about it. Just see what's up there.
It makes
Just follow your
sense.
intuition. Just do what your mind leads you. Choke the shit out of his ass when I see him. I'm gonna choke the shit out of him with love and kindness. This is a portal. What's funny is that all of y'all could hear Khan's voice when I was saying that. All of y'all could hear him saying it.
What happened?
That Jessica just popped in like, what happened?
What happened?
Oh man, what didn't happen?
Y'all talking about like something, I don't know. I feel like something happened. I don't know.
It's on the need to know basis.
Oh,
I hate to
I need
say.
to know.
What you doing up so early, Chugga?
I'm always up early. What you talking about? Because I ain't on Discord doesn't mean I ain't up early.
You ain't up early. It don't count if you ain't up in here. Are you still alive, True?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah.
You didn't let
I'm
the
still
live
alive.
just go, and we're all just here, just
We
blissed
just
out.
chilling, man. We just chilling.
I'm
Like,
happy.
I've been getting visuals, but dang, I think it was trippy when I was seeing Exile. Exile was like this alien, bro. It was like the skin was turned inside out. Some big ass, weird ass eyes. That shit was fucking crazy as shit. But as he was talking, the alien was talking. Like, it's not him talking. I control that body, alien type shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, okay, what if it was like that?
See, when that shit is so real like that, it makes it even funnier when you come out of it because it was so real at the time.
Yeah, no, it was real because like him talking, the alien was moving his mouth, like I'm controlling him, like
Yeah,
I'm
but
his
them, yeah, but them Barbies were really, really moving. They were really walking, dancing, and doing their little doo doo doo. I wish you could see the way I'm moving my body, like
Yeah.
they were. They,
But it's like,
it
how's
was
that
so
happening?
real.
It do make you think though, BGL, like how is it happening? And then if it's happening and I'm seeing it, how do they know I'm right here?
Oh, they knew I was there, and I was like, they're fucking with me right now. This is what they're talking about. This is what the okay, and I
Hey,
started
hey,
giggling.
that's exactly what I mean. They inside you. That's how that. I mean, they always gonna be inside.
It's
I
all in
mean,
your head.
Huh.
all
I am she, and
always
she
gonna
is
be.
me.
No, but they talk about the life. Life is within. There ain't no life outside. You don't see nothing moving here. Just like technology that we built, but everything here is always at a still. But once you go inside, is when you go inside, everything is always moving. That's life. Everything moves in life. The inside of you is always moving. That's life. Out here, there's nothing moving. I mean, besides cars, but in us, but still, it's like everything inside you is constantly in a state of motion, in that time and space within yourself. Time and space within yourself is always constantly moving, never
Hey, what
stopping
if it's
because of you.
I'm like going like you be like, well, no, it can't even be that, bro. I don't even think it's like no real war going on. Well, it's always a war because you're always fighting off diseases, infections, so it's always a war going on.
But
I'm dumb.
but those diseases.
Let me just I'm yeah,
But
I'm geeking right now. Let me
He's,
just
he's on 3.5.
get
He's
my
on 3.5 right now.
space. Yeah, and they kicked in pretty cool. They did. They went up smoothly. Like I'm getting visuals like a motherfucker. Like right now. That
Word,
shit feel
word.
good. It feel good, but I don't know if it's even about the visuals. I just know it feel good.
The last time I had mushrooms, it was mushroom tea, and it was the day right before New Year's Eve. I did with my cousin, who brought me some Deemster carts as well. But one of the first things that I saw that it was very odd, I felt like I had seen it before or heard it from others maybe, was I basically fell down what looked like a combination of like falling into the middle of a Taurus field, like the inside, but it was like made out of like black and white bricks. Like it was almost like a holographic medieval castle in the abyss that I got thrown down as if I was falling down a super big wide chimney into like a darkness from a castle above, or like getting thrown down dungeons basically. There's like a dungeon into the abyss. Like once I got thrown down this dungeon, it was like into that black ether where you start seeing all the different things on in these experiences that I don't know what to call it. I always call it like a black ether because it's like a similar. It's like seeing with your eyes closed, but not. It's that third eye visionary field where you can feel like you're seeing long distances uh, behind your eyelids type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but y'all got it.
Yeah. No, I'm laughing. I'm like, what if this was
No,
a game
you
and
got it.
this was like your 15th try right here at the game and shit. It's like your 15th, 16th try. You said I'm gonna do it
I'm about to throw
again.
them
Yeah, like hold
controller across
on,
the
bro.
room.
That's funny because I'm playing a game right now, and she had said, "No, you got it." No, I don't, because I'm gonna be tapping my mouse probably too much on the mic.
Man. It's like if it is a game, bro, this is a hell of a game.
It's rigged. If it's a game, it's rigged. The computer's cheating.
And if it's a trick, it's one hell of a trick. It's one hell of a trick. Can't say that. Whoever came up with it, they some assholes. Whoever, because it's like it's
I
dope.
heard.
It's the best thing that ever happened, but the worst thing that ever happened at the same time. You put them in the same boat.
Divine Comedy,
Yeah,
no doubt.
divine
I
comedy.
heard someone refer to it as like a. He said maybe there is just a possibility below it all that this is some elaborate parlor trick illusion. But I had never heard someone like use that term parlor trick to describe reality, which actually kind of falls in line with the archetype of like the circus or the carnival
Yeah,
and the jesters and that whole vibe. So it's interesting we can kind of see these archetypes that cross over. Like last time I was on here, I brought up the black and white tiled checker floor, I believe, that people would be seeing, and how it's with the Masonic lodges or certain trips that are in all black and white. We can start doing these like dot connections and seeing a bigger picture, how certain elements and archetypes overlap. It can fit into these categories, say like the circus and whatnot, quote unquote parlor trick.
like I'm starting to think you can put any layer on it you want. You can put Gucci on it, and it'll be Gucci.
Mm-hmm.
It's
It's all
like,
Gucci.
yeah. It was Nike till you put the Gucci on it. Now it's Gucci. Just saying. What game are you playing? Christos?
I'm playing League of Legends, and it's funny you said something about like designer brands. I'd have to go grab it. It's in my other room, this old bag I used to have my last Deemster batch in. It was actually, I can't think of it off the top of my head. It wasn't Gucci. Uh, I can see the symbol now. It's like two C's crossing over. Um, but nah, I had a designer little baggie that someone gave me for it. It's like it was really funny, like the irony or kind of like the paradox of like here's this quote unquote like divine spiritual tool substance, and then it's in a not Gucci, but whatever designer little baggie with the designer symbol all over. I found it kind of funny.
That's it.
Now that you mentioned putting that designer overlay on it,
Yeah.
literally with the baggie, I had it last in.
And then it's crazy because the motherfuckers just do make some good shit. They make some good shit that'll last for a long time. Like, I don't give a fuck. You go back. I was watching what's the one movie, the Western movie. Dang, it was I'll recall it in a minute. It was an old Western movie. It had Richard Pryor in it, so I just wanted to watch it. And I watched it, and like, they made the black dude sheriff in the white town, and when he got on the horse had the Gucci bags on it, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, the Gucci was in the 60s and before that shit has been around so long, bro. Gucci been around for a long time. But I don't know where I was going with that. I'm high. I feel too good.
Y'all ever come up with different acronyms for DMT? Kind of like Cambada made that song DMT as well as LSD. What is DMT? And then he starts going through all the different letters, or those same three letters. Daredevil, Magneto, and Thor.
Huh.
Divine mapping tool. Just going through those letters every time, coming up with different phrases that apply to it.
To just the DMT.
Just like people say God is generator, operator, and destroyer type joint.
Yeah.
It's kind of coming up with these creative little things.
We had one we called it Don't Mention This. Then somebody changed it to Do Mention This. DMT. Like, don't mention this.
I never heard that one actually. Yeah, man. I kind of woke up way earlier than I thought, but next time y'all doing a live on here, I'll for sure come through with what I was talking about with that last DMT experience I had. And I wanted to ask, you're not on TikTok right now or whatever? Like we don't have to worry
I just
about.
went. Yeah, I just
Okay.
went on Instagram and YouTube because I
Right on.
kind of knew I was gonna take some mushrooms. So yeah, I said.
Yeah, I'm gonna
So you
microdose
left
later.
TikTok out of it.
Yeah, I left them out of it. I did.
So on
They ain't tripping
Instagram and
though.
YouTube.
Yeah, just Instagram and YouTube. I don't know. Instagram be liking when we have experiences on there for some reason. I don't know. Oh wait, bro, I should be laying down diving right now, 'cause this is getting good.
Tell us about it.
It
Tell us about it.
ain't like nothing
I've
to
never
say.
been. I've
It's
never experienced true on a trip.
just going, just feel good. And like the things I'm seeing, like I can't even. It's shit. You can't explain it.
Take it frame by frame it.
Yeah, some of it you just can't explain. You only can be. Wow. Excuse me. Burping. But I don't know. The feeling is just. It feels good though. With the minor
This feeling
visuals.
feels really good.
It feels really, really good. Feels like
It was a
massage.
Chanel.
Chanel.
My bad, True. Yeah, it was a Chanel bag. I had my last
Okay,
Deemsters patched in.
Yeah, the Chanel. Chanel probably
Yeah,
been around
man.
forever too.
Is there anyone else that microdosed or dosed up at all with the shroomies? Was up here earlier or right now with the shroom?
Yeah, BGL did.
Just me.
It's, man, you get to a point you don't even care about nothing no more. I ain't gonna say you don't care about nothing, but you don't care if the earth is flat or round. Like, it fucking don't even matter at this point. It's like the only thing that matters is how can we get them people from living out in the street? How can we help this people or help them? Like, that's the only thing that kind of matters right now. Everything else just shouldn't even.
That's the only thing.
Order of operations.
Yeah,
You
how
know,
can
it's
we
a
start
term that applies.
loving each other better so we treat each other with respect? Like, how can we do that? Like, all that other shit don't fucking even matter. It's like, how can we, like, how can I love you like I love myself? Like, is that a possibility? Unless I just be treating myself fucked up. Unless I
You
just be
treat
treating.
others as you would want to be treated.
I heard you. I heard you doing that math too. Unless I treat myself back. Wait a minute. Hold on. How can I love you like I love it?
How can I? Damn, it's like that. Even that part is kind of fucked up. It's like, damn, this shit is just a yeah. Damn, get me off this tennis court. It's like I've been playing tennis with myself, just hitting the ball back and forth.
Oh,
Myself hit it hard, I hit it harder. Oh, this nigga's playing now, huh? He getting tough.
making them noises like Serena Williams, like
Yeah.
John McEnroe.
He want to grunt. I'm gonna grunt louder. It's like, nigga, it's just you. It's like, nah, you don't get it. You don't get it. He tripping. Like, yeah, you is tripping. Whatever. Like, I think that's the one thing. I think that's the curse of life. Is like the whole life battle is gonna be with you. Like, you gonna make it everybody else and everything else, but a lot of times it's just gonna be your mind fighting itself.
It's it absolutely is your mind fighting itself.
Yeah.
At least that's been my experience. That has been my experience.
And it's kind of, it's, I don't know, it's just weird. Because, but I think it's cool to have somebody to blame everything on. Like, it'd be cool. That'd be the fun part. Like, when you got somebody to blame it on.
Gotta have somebody to blame.
Yeah. And who no other than the devil. Why not? It don't matter who you is. What God
Why
you
not the
choose.
devil?
Why not him? For reals. Because, no, but I see the seriousness behind it because it's really an evil spirit out there. And that spirit, it's the same spirit, but it exists within everybody. You feel me? Because at the time that spirit doing something, that spirit be thinking it's doing the right thing, but it don't be. At the same
it
time.
knows it ain't. It knows it ain't supposed to be doing it, but it says, "Ha, fuck it anyway."
Yeah, I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna do the shit anyway. But it's like if the battle is with the mind. If the battle is with the mind, right? If you can actually escape that battle, do you escape the whatever this is? And then if you was able to escape life and what life is. Like, is there something else? What you gonna do? Just create another life somewhere else that was better than this one? You, like, is that what we do? Like, we gonna create another life?
You drink vodka.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I
I'm
do.
just
Say,
tripping.
look,
Don't listen to me what I'm saying right now. I'm just tripping. I'm
I
geeked
usually
up.
don't. Were you crying earlier?
Yeah, I was. I always be crying.
I know every time you get
I
a
cry on
homegirl does too. What's her name? Yeah, she does too.
I cry on the inside. I don't
Ooh,
cry on the outside because I don't
you
want them to
do.
see me bruised.
She's crying and laughing at the same time.
Oh.
Because it'd be so
You do.
funny.
Everybody does. I mean, I guess just that's what it does. That.
It'd be so funny. It's crazy. I said, even my man, I feel like my perspective on life is so unimaginable.
You should get a canopy for your room like I did. It'll make you feel better. Makes me feel. Ain't looking up at that. Just don't makes you feel better. Yes, it does. Then.
Yeah, the whole concept of crying and laughing at the same time and like in a static state. I had that one of the last times I did DMT microdose, and it was powerful. You know, it's like because you really feel like you're in between that duality, those polarities, and it's like a different emotion within itself because it's like an alchemization of the sorrow and the joy, and recognizing they're both ecstatic states in a way, and basically merging it together. Lot of very powerful. Man, I
It's
really
like
I
a
had a
love
lot of
hate relationship. It's like you're loving it how you're
hell
feeling.
nah. No, there's no hate. It goes beyond the love and hate.
Uh,
Yep. Yeah. Anyway,
it's like
I
all
don't want.
your
I don't.
emotions mixed into
True.
one.
My
And
bad.
you
Beyond.
Can y'all hear me clicking? I don't want to be clicking in the.
Nah,
power.
nah, we
Like,
don't hear none of
okay.
that. Well, I don't. I got headphones on, so I know every time I close my eyes, though, I keep getting like weird visuals, like fractals and shit.
Can you just be sitting there with your eyes open and like zone out, and it feels like you're in another world, but your eyes are wide open, but it's like you snap to, and you're like, wow, I'm still sitting on my bed where I was at. That was my room, and nobody's even in here. But all of a sudden, but you're like before, you're like, well, you're walking around, you can see people going and doing their thing and everything else, and it's weird. That happens to me all the time. It's so crazy.
And that's how I keep doing right now. I keep kind of going in and out, in and out. I'm gonna take a couple more minutes. You know, I'll be having to ride it out. I'm like, I'm gonna go put my headphones on and let the song take me a little deeper.
Calgon, take me away.
Yeah. And when she's just beautiful.
Yo, I was astounded when I heard that Wally took what 50 plus. He went
Yeah.
into the high, like the real high range. One of the last times he called in when he was talking about the mushrooms. A lot of good Wally content recently.
Yeah, Wally
Man,
is
Dude's very interesting.
yeah, he is. The minute you begin to think, you create the story.
don't you when you do that much? Because I know when I did that much, I would like that was the time I figured out how much it was. It was like about that much. I was in that well. That's how about how much I took. I was like I took a buttload of it, and I was like, and I always felt wet, like I'm wet.
Yeah.
Like, moist. What the fuck?
That
Everything's wet and.
I had one like that, to where I could see like the inside of the well. I don't know what the fuck. That shit was trippy as shit.
Yeah, I was in the
Like the
tube trying not
guts
to get
and
torn
all
open.
that. Like you can see the guts and everything just so clear. Just like, why am I here? Like, is this where Jonah was talking about
Mine was
inside
more
the
of a
well?
not gutty. It was more of a like a drawn book, like as you could see it like that, like kind of
Yeah.
dark. But the waves kept coming in because I was in the second belly. I mean the first belly. I didn't want to go into the second one or something. I don't know why there's. I don't even know about whales if they have two bellies or not. But I don't know.
Yeah, nah, mine, it was straight guts. Guts, guts.
Uh,
Like, it was, oh, I was like, what the hell, bro? That shit was kind of, nah, it wasn't scary, what it was.
I happened to be on an inner tube for some reason, but I
How
wasn't laying.
much how much did you take when you had this experience?
It was like or probably I don't know really know. Well, they said that because I equaled it out. They said this what it was like about 40, 50 grams or whatever. It was like because I drank like 35 mushrooms. I ate or whatever, big ones or whatever, because we cooked them. We went and picked them and cooked them and shit. And we picked like 60 or 70 of them. And then me and this girl split it down the middle. And I was like, it was fucking crazy. It was like within a minute, within 3 minutes. And it's like boom, I was already feeling it. I'm like the walls and the TV was digitizing, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I was, I was thinking 30 minutes it might kick in like you do like acid and shit. I'm like, nah, that shit kicked in real quick,
Mhm.
and I was just everything. The walls started moving like melting. I didn't want to touch it. I thought it was lava. I didn't know. King Kong had Kobe Bryant's face on it. It was weird.
The Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, and he was dunking because he was on top of that tower, but he was dunking a slam dunking, and it was like a Kobe and a King Kong's face put together, and it was all in little squares, like a Pac Man, pixelized.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
One of my early mushroom experiences, I was tripping with a buddy and we went outside for a moment and we were really on the come up. He said he was seeing goblins in like my hillside in my backyard, like these creatures looking at him in the hillside nearby when we were standing outside. And I could tell he was getting on a certain vibe where like maybe he was uncomfortable. We were young, this was years ago, or maybe he was like, whatever. I could feel some tension or stress from him, and all of a sudden I get like a 404 error pop up, but it's nothing like a 404 conventional like message popping up. It's like that impossible triangle optical illusion, and it was like odd digital holographic, and it was flashing, and there was some type of symbols kind of like right below it, and it was like telling me like danger or warning, basically. Um, and like some type of glitch or error 404 was happening in my field of view, and I figure, oh, it must be because my buddy right here is like really geeked up, and earlier we thought the computer was talking to us because
Mhm.
the noises it was making and the hard drive and whatnot. So like I what I saw was so vivid, and like it really seemed like my vision was a computer screen.
Hmm.
Uh and some type of alien 404 error popped up because my buddy was tripping so hard, and we're yeah. So anyway,
Yeah,
y'all got it. I need to mute
it's
up.
kind of like a speaking spell when something talked to me. Like how the speaking spell. Y'all remember that? How it would say, like that's what the computer would always be to me. Every time I was messed up, any kind of time a computer talks to me, it always comes to me as like the speaking spell. I was like, why did there have to be a speaking spell? It's so weird. And then my nose and my upper lip would always get this weird, numb, tingly, cold feeling. I don't know, like and oh, it's my always my nose, tip of my nose, and my upper lip.
Huh. I'm about to shake out on y'all. I'm about to go grab the last couple of these visuals so I can go deeper in.
Get in it.
Yeah, I need to. Damn. They look nice though. But
But buy a canopy. Buy a canopy and get under it. It's really cool.
I got one.
You got one like that? Hey,
I
it's
got a
cool. I love.
canopy. And remember, I still got the damn what's in there. I forgot what that little
I love.
triangle thing that you lay in called.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Like I get in the middle of it and just post up.
Oh my goodness.
Wrap
Sometimes
myself
you
around
just
it.
be, I'm a holler Jesse because I'm seeing so much. It looked like I'm looking at the inside of a computer or something. Look like some old wild ass technology, bro. That shit is crazy. But I'm gonna go dive. I'm gonna go finish my, yeah. I'm gonna go
Go
finish my
swimming.
troop. My what I said my troop. But all right, Jesse, Jessica, and
All
everybody in
right.
Discord. Peace out.
All
And thanks everybody online. I hate to check out, but this last couple hours is for me. I gotta save it for me. And then yeah, I'll let y'all know what happened.